C'est merci. Dit que c'est donc c'est dia les indiens sont na hia haya tia sa hu tronsi c'est a merci no khone. Dit que da don ya wallah sin wa Allah dia tin. De nezin khaya Allah ta nezin khaya Allah di. Ils ont c'est que han sono khaisina ti naidze nine ni da ne khaya haya chi han. Yetha vechi yedaneznachi wezit ahot yehot enide gotaya ke honada kalani zide gazetinide ninkai wonde yakane te ko ikedine ksinde te koinde wada ta te da di zengai di da ksana dikne ksana dikne honle otlinte wota gone ti otlinte wala na tie hot enide Yetha vechi yedaneznachi wezit ahot yehot enide masicho.
Please be seated. I'd like to thank Jonas Lafferty for the opening prayers for today's session. Minister statement.
Minister Ohaktok WSCC men. Tamnego Ohausaling near Sabaktin Mani and WTME. Taiman na Ohausa Blugutaman Sabak Vingat Inuit Sabak Vilang it imatut hiktumik aurat kubluget. Tas what Jipkikang at as by Inuit Sabakting it Sabakatig to at Taiman na Ikayokatig Veluk Paktot. Tas Asin Inuit Jutkio Mayumik Sabakaranga make Taiman na Isimalung Naitok. Tam naptaok manikakto mantaok sabakatigilat sibunniok tingat Taiman naptaok aulap kukublugit sabakatigit manikak mayok. Tas bagok tam naptaok compensation nutak anip karnegat kanikun Taiman compensation sabakatigik tuanon sabaktilangin nun. Just vataman naptaok in migutaok angalan niya mayat in migutaman na manikdun workers' compensation. Tap ko nga iluatun sabak kublugit sabak dilangit. Just vatap ko at asin sabak dilat sabak vilaming ninteman na iluatun sabak digik tuksat. Ilani iman na titarlutik sunig tamat kuat ilitsokinarlugit sujuditik taman naptaok itok. Tas asin taman naptaok iman na uzgianak tunik sabaw si karamik ilang itaok sut uzgianak mata iluatun aurat kublugit sabaming ni itok. Tap ko aptaw iman na maniktu ta karmayot in mekot taiman na iluatun aurat kublugo sabag villaktik. Tap ko no ilisaw chigib lugo ublok taman ilani ngoa ngayakpan ilisaw chigib same blugo taman na utsak utigi yaktik iluatun sabangat aurat kublugo. Malik kablugit maligaliatik. Tas advisory council taw ilawit inugaktut tap ko nga tap ko at katimayid asin iman na tamat ko na utsak ko tigiblugo sibuwanak to at igutut kiksayot tap ko at katimayingit tas asin isumaliw tigiblugo taman na Okhaw sa kayaktik iluatun aulat kublugo Workers' Compensation Board. Mani sumilika Canada mi iluatun aulat kublugo sabak diladik Workers' Compensation Board. Tas vatap kuat. Okakte. Tamanna sabakatigik tuatit. 28 me. Davi mona. Ilane. April 28. Sabak tivot tamat kuat isumalay wakatigilutik iluatun sabakabulugit. Kuya naini, Minister. Mr. Statements. Housing and WT. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, kuvahok parak tunga tukubing mi at namak ikayak tokak but indigenous government, federal government, non-government work ikayak adikit municipal government work industry ikayak nera tukubing mi kait habang nek to northerners money NWT mi work. Tukuvta okaktuak tuguta ikayak resignation work habaktibuta ikayaktunak money local housing association Mikirami inyunagawing migok at admak habaktibut money property managers uglupakoka tenants money habaktibut ikayaktibut 24 to 33 habak takaktot tukubing mi uglupaka tukubuta atnapaka tukubuta habak takabut board of directors uglupak LHO ikayaw niragat mani kangaklugit mani inyunagwing mi ugi atnapaka habak takabut ikayaw paragat Uglapaka Tukubut Organization, Ikayonir Community Munakiluit, Uglapaka Atnapaka Tukubut pa Okolaktinit, Indigenous Collaboration Policemen, Illegal Activities Money, Tukuwami, related to Kubi rights of Atnabak, Ikayonir Put Money, tenants money okaktok ikayong ninyo nagawing mi uglupak tukubing anit tiniragat money tukubing mi uglupak kakok money inyo nagawing tukubing mi inyo nagawing mi uglupak presidency demonstration walk ulit paraktak ukolak paraktak money talimputunukiw ni Mr. Speaker, okaktugut ikayong niraput mani habang direktok tuguting sigaktuang in tukubing mi okaktuat ikayok put 19 Legislative Assembly Committee Social Development. Sigahang nangit sigut ikayong niraput inyun aktogut Uglapaka sigang nangit sigut inyu tukubing mi mani market rental migok uglupak NWT mani okauti nerat LHOs hanok habang nektut mani inyu NWT mi tukubing mi public housing market rental uglupak Ikayaw nang pictures, sigang nek tot inyo nakwing mi. Mr. Speaker, uglupak tukubut NWT LHOs money valuable. Inyo nakwi. At napako nakuromik munak put social adjustment. LHOs walk money Habagurat mani NWT tukubing mi partners ok ikayoktik man infrastructure mani inyo nagmikobe huktunga habaktot mani tukubing mi uglupak kautik put critical work koyanaini. Minister of Social Services. Government Padgoka long-term care money utokonat money ikayoktek Lord ay mamiyoka ikayoktek aktut uglapak okautikit ka ay mamiyoka sir ay mami utokonat bi ikayok lugat money hab utokonawat uglapak habak tekaktut money community service Northwest Territories me Uglupaka Bundakinyaik Butan Nakuromika Aimabangmi Northwest Territories me Uglupakoka Capital Investment Nakuravika Long Term Tukubing me O Hinika me Northwest Territories is Upanabioka Okautunga. Mr. Speaker, Oglupakok Otokana Kapasi Mani Otokanawut, the opening of Clio Yellow Night Me, Havaktiwut, Ikayagnear at Social Services in Utah, Munakilut Manik, High Quality Care Northern Me, Oglupakok Outpatient Rehabilitation, Oglupak Hinigimika Oka Kaitinerat 16 tun, Oglupak 74 tun, Oka Hinigimikaiti January Migok Angmarok 17, Umani Tukupang mi, Inuit Ikayoktik Luit Mani. Mr. Speaker, long-term care, Adnabak investment, Aurora College, personal Havik support, practical nurse program, Ikayaklut, Otokanat man Inuvialuktun me. Adnabak Ikayok Nirak, but Adnakanoli territorial admission committee of Tukubing me, Otokanat, Oglupaka, Kautil Social Services Management, Otokonami Long-Term Care, Otakirala Social Service Authority Mani, Kayaglit, Uglupak, Nakuravik Long-Term Care Mani, Ogakrak Standard Mik, Uglupak, Kanagli, Ikayagluit. Oglubak, Mr. Speaker, Ikayagnirat, Otokanata, Atnabaka ikayoktak liragluit long-term care. Atnapak naipaktak logat habaktak me. Habaktik but hin monakiluit. Mani uglupaka support to come kaikpan. Mr. Speaker, minerals are Atnapagok Atnapak Oyangnik Atnapak Naipaktuat Canada me Mani. 2/3 Nuoka Oyangnik Mani Canada me Naipaktuat United States me territories me Atnapaka Ikayaktak stable. Unagaluit Mara Hadlumbakluit Atnapaka manufacturing digital technology, Uglapagoka Government of Northwest Territories Critical Mineral Development, Uglapak Kayonarik NWE Habakti Woodwalka Notakatluni Gangakekluit Mani Senator Ahin Manik Put investment industrial geoscience Mount Mani Vancouver me Protectors Development Canada Conference Toronto me Adnabagoki Kayoktigut Oyagnik Federal Investment 420,000 Government of Yukon Northwest Territories Nunavut Ikayonigarat north of 60 Ikayoktik Territorial Government Ikayokti Habaktiwit Hongititu Mani Oyagnik Mani North Strategy Promotion. Uglabaka Premier Jurisdiction ikayaktriput. Tinga humigo ka at napaka kanuli naipektor Lord habaktribut. At ililugo ka money government put go ka emek put duna wudlo in board of federal government. Uglupa kahin na hatawek nukak tuak habak tiwat pro mountain uglupa ka kanuli ikayoglu pathfinder money regulations. Uglupa ka atmak ikayokter paragluta government law industry federal government in Senator region energy table Mackenzie ikayokter key mine be havakti but hongaktek paraglugo infrastructure environment kanagli. Mr. Speaker, Kawehuk Paraktunga critical mineral projects Northwest Territory Havaktigat Pine Point Havaktigat Halumak Parak Zinc Uglabaka New York Money Investors Kayokti Uglabaka significant supply Havaktigat Halumak Industry the Prairie Creek highest grade zinc migok at napag-oyak. Uglabak Federal Investment Inspector. Aking makparak nga maning ka Canada may mineral strategy. A need you project ang ikparak at napag $1 million tino ka gold mic uglabak mineral potential financial akamak Canada migok, United States migok, Northwest Territories, North America mineral mi havaktiwit. And nakuromek halumak park. The maximum havaktigo ka hangyak baraktak tungasik mani unyunawang mi manakaktak U.S. Defense Act. Uglapak Northwest Territories ikayaktik net with North America. Mr. Speaker, ko angik paraktak mani inyunagawimi minerals. Uglapak naipektunerik put kanukli development. Uglapak uwawat habakti put mani inyunagawimi angiromiglu naipektur infrastructure. Uglapak habakti put Habakti Raktoak Ilyawat Mani Kanagli federal government in Mani North 6 taxation credit. Mr. Speaker, minerals o angik baraktok Mani Northwest Territories mi ahin prosperity Mani ikayaktribut partnership ahin ikayokter niraka new nakabing be economic being generations to come. Thank you. Minister's statements. Mr. Speaker, habagtibut mani inyu atahak akimahurak atahak akimalaychak uglapak government but and assembly akajak luwit ahin kanaglayok naipektor na kanagli bargain mik uglapak government pak honek habagtimik himmertikak boot kanagli GMWT kaya nudluwit habagtiwit mani at napaka collective bargaining mic uglapaka okautikik boot NWT okaudluwit bargain mi ibakluwit nunami ikayokter habagtiwit nakuramik at narawing at nabaga doctor but akelek talkluit angiramik at nabaglu manimika kaitinegin kadlu NWT ugla bagok mining government but you narawing me okakdot ikpakrat health and social services mining Canada be habakti but kayong ni ragaluit ubani had na baka okaktogut mani habaktot habang tingdang chut uglo baka okauti kuput yun northern workers go act baka kandokli naipakto naktium uglo baka baktoik but okaktoik but contract me Nova Scotia me Prince Edward Island me okak ikayong nira luit ubani uglo bak NWT go okaktot negotiate chaklu new nagmi at nagming me naipakto luit atuki krak dromik mikromik uglo bak apakroit kak GNWT at anak parak but you nagmi okaw David or
Okay.
member state
Okakti range like police mat mani panna bagait savakti bluit police tap kwat asin savakta oyat munai bagay ninu na lapting ne aglan tap kwat ilangit tasba ataw syukila blutik ilane malgolo ablotik mekiwani police savakta ki bagay ninu na lapting ne tasba asin tasba ubba tasba imanna police nuna lapting ne munai bagay sulle khanu nakput Inuvialuktun munai chak kublugit munai blutalo inyang niuyanne nutakavullu Iluvialuktun suyaksit kunagit tasbatap kuna nga tasbatap kwat NWT mi tasbatap kwat imealuglu sigaklu ilu tamat kwat aulat kunagit iluangin mata tasbatap kwat policing tasbat taimanna munaksiyot sabare blugutay manganin nunabot territories ni tapkot aglan tapkot tay maktaw nakpata police tasbatapkot nutanik ilisawji yuksat sabaktilangin nik iman na police magsainik aglan tapkot ilisak simayut aglan tapkot utimun aulat kungit kaluarabot aglan tapkot teman na sibuliok ilitugik aulat yuksat tasbatapkot Iluvialuktun iman na nunapting ne sunalekha munakiliramik ko sila kayo akpullo sutigun lekhating mititigun aulo yutigun suna eksinaktuak takumablugo Trinidad Willaday tapkot tasbatapkot Iluvialuktun savaktuak Canada mi taamkualu taiman naptaok iman nakakhitaw yatigun ilisang nakakpakluni taamna inuk taiman naptaok sivuniotik samikkun taamna ilisama yauniaktuak nunaptingni aulaqittutaan ngaanin taamna allalitsuti simman immanna savaanga qaaritauyati gun ayuittuaq taapkuat nunap laaptingne pulaaq simavaktuaq First Nations taapkuat ilisarvingallu taapkunani tasvataamna lutsas keimullu tikillune oqarvigiblugit inuit ilisaqtuat iluatun imanna ilisarniqaquvlugit taarnut qaqungilugit taapkuallu nutaqqat imanna taimanna nutaqqat Canadami utseqqutigibluгit taimanna uqarvigiblugit sivulliortaavluni taapkuat uqautivagait inulramit tasva ilani uktorneqaquvlugit imanna nutqaqsimaittumik sumun taamna Hansen tasva taimanna puiortailitsun taapkuat Inuit maani nunaptingni qoviasukvigiarput taamna imanna nunavotti killugillu oqautimmatigut taaviumuuna qoyanartutin Tunede Willidamin members oqarvingat Saatumin qoyanaini ataneq taamna ukiopak qanik paalungitluni taimanna allali jaungittoq nunaptingni qanikit palaam taamna Saatu taapkuat apqutiktiktaaq isumaaluutigivagaat imanna taimanna aulat quvlugu ukioriuami apqutigitualukkamikko tasva aasin taapkuat imanna qeqingitagaagat ukioriuami apqutiksatik aulat qualuarlugit taamna auyaq tasva allalitsuta imanna imanna puqlibluni kuukkani imaaqutiblunilu tamanna apqutigiyaat sapernaqiuaq taimanna suttikingilugit soalit taapkunanga taapkualu sinaani savaktauyuat sivulliortit taapkununa ila ikayortiqartuksani uvvainatsiaq tamanna allalivailluni qangma 2025 mi taamna aasin tasva taamna aasin napsuiaqqaarnagu tapan kuannunaptingni Saatumi imanna tasva taapkuat sapernaqtut arlingnaqtut maliqqavlutig sannaayavigataqpaktuat nuna allangorngan taapkuat sunik atuaqsamingnik ukiitaksamingnik aquiaqtorvigivagait taimanna tamatkuat savakvillaangit qoyanainni oqarvillaangit savaktut qoyanainni oqarte taamna March 11 mi oqaqatigayaqa taamna aasin taapkuat sigaarluklit sulliqaa immaqit taapkunuuna tusarnaqivangman imanna qaritauyatikut kayumik tutikut takunaqiblutik Inuit oqauseriaat sutjutaat tasvaninunaptingni tasva summillaqaa tasva taimatsitigut uqqaqlutik ilmik nunamingni inuit utsaqutigivlutaamna imanna nivaaqsaquvva savaaksa sulliqaa tasva taamna uqqaqtoq taimanna ayoqsautimigun tannagooq arnaq nivaaqsaqaq taimanna аллалисуксунили уққариарпагнерман тасвани тусаарнақиблуни имиалук яқратип яни уққарлугу ила икайоқ ниарниарига тасватаап код RCMP таа қоқуариумипагнигait аперсорлугит аглаан таманна тасва uqaqti taapkuat taapkuat illumikkutaa munaqsilaittut inmik savaqtaqaluatik uqayuinmatta ikajorniksainnik taapkualo taimanna ittusingillu nunamingni sapeqsauliutipagait imanna suqsattigun aulaniartuat isumaaluktilugit nunaqatitik tasva unaniviaqsaqaq taimanna ikayoqtaugumi taimanna ikayusiarniaqaluartuaq aglaat imanna inuuniarneq sapernavialuktoq nunallaaptingni ja inillagin uqauseqian uqaqti taamna niviaqsaqaaluk ikayoqtik samaneqineqtua taapkuat inuviaktut ikayoqtik saqaluat nunamingni ittut aklaan taapkuat nunamtingni ilisimayait tasva taapkuat uvagut maani savaqtaujuanni kavamani ikayoqtak saqiluavut taimanna ikayoqatigiingniartuat nunamingni qoyanaini Mackenzie member statement great slave qoyanaini taimanna savaqtuani ilaani savaqqaluartu aglaan sannayaqapta atautitun tasva tamatkuat tasva uqauseqilagukkit ilugitkaluartilugit tugliani uqausiksaptingni sannayaaqsavut taamnaptauq thundernorm April 3rd mosaic taamna tasvani neqilaqiuksat tasvani inimi tasva Arsin Ecology North tasvani 27/30th 2024 2400 ngo Inuit Inuviaktut taapkununa attamin ilisaqatiiktuksat sutigullaqa tasva Arsin Yellowknife tasva sulaksaliulaittoq qangmuuna uqaqti monfumi uqaqti qoyanaini uqaqti tasva uqausiiqtiga una nutaqqat inuhaat taimanna ilaani kiglukoallak tillugit inuit aglaan taapkuat inulrammiit tasva taapkuat qallaqsimayut paliisngoq taapkuat taimaatqiuat cocaine tigumiarlugit taapkuat batchako tasvagooq pandemic taimanna inuit naluksitaqlutik sigaarluk pilot iksuning masaklang tasba tapgot ikayok taksayabot inulamet tam namani atoktat iman ikayu tawyok sakalo agda nangitjuti mot isyan atok simagat tap kana asin $1.9 million atok lugu klechwe ikayo diksaktam na tabyuma angal tutigi blogo klecho tas batap kot ikayong neaktuit tamat kot tutkhiyo majudik sainik ilisaw tutigi blogit tap kot klecheme tamaida ilis simasukit ka ikayong lugit tap kot nutalgamit tap ko nang ngaptaw ilamingnen ikayok tiksakang mata o kautilutigit tadaba ilotun isumaliw tsaik sit kublugit ilani sa waktaw ni ang mata kuyanayni tap kot tayman na sa wakatigilutig inulagamit sa wakatigil niagabot kuyanayni momfe frame lake man kuyanayni tap kot sa waktaw yuat ubay na kahit kuya yuat sabid lang mata kuya sugit ka tap kot tap ko na ni ikayok taw lutik iman na volunteer tot sutigul ka ikayok sugit tutkayo manikul isuwaluk tuado ikayok niluk sugit ilisaw tiniak lutik tas ba asin tap kot kimmikaw migloni tayman na ikayok tilugit therapy dogs kuliak pagait tap kot asin iman na ikayo tigil lalugo o siyagon inom ay pangit kanit ukyok 2021 tam na tap ko nuna tay matchet ilisaw tutigi blutigit o tsako tigi sinaksuwit atok pagat Yellowknife events tap ko na ni skok ni correctional center me city of Central Aurora College melo tap ko ni courthouse me asin police melo sabog ni tap kot kolaktet ka tap kot ilisaw na kaktot kemet atok tait tap ko na ni kolak tapting ni tas tap kot tam na aulaki maruk tap kot Inuvialuktunga tap kot ukak matatayman na kuya na tap kot ikayo taw blutik tap ko nga tas tap kot ikayok timing nut kuya Inuvialuktua tayman na kuya na ini ilani tap kot malakayor kuya na ini tap kot
Framely.
Kuyanayni member statement. Member from Decho. Mas Kuyanayni. At napagawak ataw uglupag ilang happy birthday ko. Uglupag ko kakoktunga. Inuvialuktun bihilyo about climate change o kaudikbut. Bingahabot o territorial government o kaktogut. The territorial and federal and naipektuat the Perry Yoka Fort Providence me 2012 walk. Mani utik dilugu mani umerkput. Habaktik put mani Inuvialuktun uglupak okaktuagut. Okalak paraktut ulit paraktut ugyaksak. Merv Harry okaktuagut ikayoglut habaktivut atoknerik put imekmun kangani. Uglupak okaktuagut hin uglupak naipektunggit kikpukut. Uglupak okautikut kitka mani climate change. Uglupak kanogli imekmun kangani imaitchut uglupak. Habakting nerik put mani imek put atokuik put berry. Kanogli isimuyo okautikik put naipektunga kanogli ikayogner kanit akiling nekpa. Uglupak malogni ukiuni hiko nabing nektok at napaka okauti nerik put umekpak atok nerik put. Kaya naini.
Okay.
Members stated. Kaya naini. Uglupak habak paragut mani akit piragut. Kobehok parak tengah okak parak togut wani. At napaka piyo hurugut habak tibut habak tibut mani. Cabinet me ikayok tibut. Community clerks me. Uglupak ikayok uwatigut mani habak me. Kobehok parak tengah habak parak tot atimut atinegit. Congratulations go ahin upanakami akit piniak togut. Kaya naini. Member from Yellowknife Center. Kaya naini. Okawak Inuvialuktun scientist. At napaka habak tibut. Madak togut okak togut makpaano titik togut. Uglupak habak nirak togut northern Inuvialuktun. Inuvik habak urut mani homakrat permafrost climate change himikudet uglupak Santa Claus me okaktak uglupak kanagli ikayo narik tut inyut habak tot mani naipek toklog nunawut collaboration ok nakurak at napagnakagok uglupak homog nekpiyong himek nekpiyong inyut habak nirak tot naipek toklog tugutan nunawut manang kasaichak manik mingpihak mining makaiti nerit pa ikayong nirak nerik put notakabut utakanar habak tot. Okakto. Okay. Okaktoget, Mr. Speaker. Okak nirak toget habak toget Northwest Territories me kanogli ok habak tibut Inuvialuktun ikayo nirak atikut ikayo nirak toak tugutubani at napaka pakpatun titik toit uglupak pekarok pen kanok ikayok tikak togut kanogli climate change go naipek tot atauhek hina habetak tot Germany me Netherlands me habak tot mani uglupak mani habak tibut Inuvialuktun me okak habak tibut ka mani Inuvialuktun me kanok isimayu IG uglupak oka kaiti ukpinok ikayoglut guidelines mani makpanik titiklut at napak Inuvialuktun me Northern Sciences ok Okak niraktabut naipektulut habaktigut manis habaktigut manis scientist go habaktot ovani koyenaini. Member statements. Akobahog Baraktogut King Charles Oak, third coordination medal Friday with a Premier and MP. Obagnder Mani Yellow me Uglupaka nominated Premier. James Lucy Jane Simon, Sir Ham, Save Kerry, Marianne Casano, Cobahog Park Premier, Medal Mikaichi Road, Cobahog Park Donga, Medal Mikaichi Road, Saturday Mioka, Nirogud Mani, Katitogud Mani, Cobahog Park Donga, Pingahonika, Kaichi Gadigat, 2025 Service Award me Samba K. Havaktiwut Jean Marimi 2025 Hilliwood Naipek Tuk Tuk Eleanor Yangok Evelyn Krutko having a warrior award money. Mani Havaktiwut Mani Okautik but Kawehok Barak Tunga Madal Mikai Chikat put Sunday Okautik Mani tonga Inuvialuktun dot Birak dot Nutakot Fort Simpson me Angirarut Mami Birak dot Nutakat Okauti Kitka Hina Havaktinga Hin Maktak Makpa Migok Titek Luit Nutakat Birak dot Kovehok Park Tunga congratulations Gok Mani Koyanaini. Member statement. Member from Yellowknife South. Koyanaini. Oglubak contribution. Atawak Enyuk. Yellowknife Southman. Mr. Stephen Luton. Meitigok. Fort Simpson me. Havak Dog. 37 years to Havak Dog. Ikayag New York dot Northwest Territories me. Mr. Speaker, habag mana habag min. Ako at na bago ka retire to ka at na bag ikayag tikbut. Ubulagon tayo magnek to ka habag nek to. Mr. Ludic Havak Public Service me, Transport Canada me, ahin federal government ahin GNTability naipagtok tawagot firefighter, fire chief me go Havak Oglupak Mr. Ludic Apakarori Apakarori CF 18 Kataktok. Ahin atanak parak tak malong ni uklumi o Mr. Buhut apanga madal mekait chikanga June of 1998 oglupaka apangalo yakningalo atirot madal mek ahin atanak parak tak mani Yellowknife licensing me. Uglupagoka Deputy Minister Mani 2020 Havakti Urak Mr. Spiritik Koyanainik Parak Havakdoti Mani Uglupaka Atabaka Havakting Put Atnabak Angik Parak Tok 37 to Ukiumik Kovehok Parak Tunga and Havakti with Okautunga Apartment Infrastructure Taimak Tuak Uglupaka Mr. Lubika Havakak Togut Okaktuak pil okautik havaktivut napagoka kanakligoka naipektu okautik titemut na havaking chart luni ovani Mr. Lunikok kayakter nirak luit Mr. Ludik Uglapako uglumi okaktuak luni ikayak luit at napaka okautik mik inyudagmi at napagoka okautik pen kanakli ekautik luit mani Mr. Ludik Uglapaka Mikoromik at napak Mr. Speaker Deputy Minister Uglapaka Havaktiwut Havaguragut mani inyudagmi kay parak paket siluit luti at napaka ministers mani Mr. Speaker Havaktimi Akyumi Atahimi Ludilu Mr. Ludigok Havakparta at napaka kaitiligo Naipektaruro mani inyudagmi department ni infrastructure at napaka atanak parak ikayarurat havagmi o kauti koyinaini Mr. Ludik koyinaini ka taimak dodin retire parak dodin bak polutin lutakatin lo koyinaini Purple Frame League. Koyinaini okautungago ka okna okautika visitors and gallery nutrikia nuluita at napaka inyuita nagagok Purple Lake koyinaini apakpakata akatpirakta mani ana kipmekoka atauhek ibmek ikayurnirak Joanne Havagurut St. John Ambulance at napat Samantha Roddick Laurie Anderson St. John's Ambulance at Havakdot Uwani Mani Northwest Territories me Koyinainik barak kawahok barak tung havaktiwut mani havaktiwut Tunaday Willaday Koyinainik tautuk astronaut Jeremy Hansen Ian Burrow Dave Sharp Bear Claw havaktiwut Ted White Havaktiwut akit pirat pulak dot ovani Koyinaini Yellowknife Center Koyinaini Mani Yellowknife South me Ilyawut Great Ludik Havaktiwut Mr. Ludik Havaktirak Pani Koyinainik Parak Havakdodin Mani Ilyawut Akaudia Director Gok Ludik as Havaktik Parak Tok Kovadhok Parak Tunga Commissioner Hattingahok Himmekwakligo Mr. Ludik Bulak Dr. Dallas Goka Wajak Go Green Bay Gok Recognition Inuvialuktun Twin Lakes Speaker elect Twin Leg Carolina Sabachi Raymond, Deputy Minister Rock St. John's Ambulance Koyenaini Kipmingalo. You get this Twin Lake Gallery, Bulakti with Range Lake me. Former Chief David Sharpme Akit Pirat Oglupak. Ilabot Mani Habigura Ward Mani YKFDN. Oglupak Polak dot Apanga Polak dot Oglupak. Yeah. Yeah. Yellowknife North. Koyenaini. William Ganya, NWT Medical Work, Polak Doctorate, Koyeni Yellowknife North, Ace Wickens, Selray Young, Schoolwerk Mani, Koyenaini. And Ubik Bootlik. Koyenaini. Havak Ewing me Havak Wilma Jalama Havak Dr. Gomani Polak Doctor Mr. Ludik Havak Doctor Ludiklu Okahurut Havak Dawud Mani NWT me Ahin Yellowknife Center Ilyaga Mr. Patters Koyenaini. Member from Satu, Koyenaini, Adnapakapolak Doc, Deputy Mr. Ludik, Havago Mani, Department Oak, Mackenzie Highway, Oak, Havago Patron, Kayora, Polak Doc, Mani, Havak Barak Dot, Havak David Wani, Koyenaini Barta Kolak Doctor Atnapaka Titerurat. Member from Mopi. Koyenaini. Today, Kovehok, Ayugup Tagok. Ublapaka Havak Dogut Koyenaini Parak Interpreter Havak David Okak Dogut Kovehok Parak Tunga Atnapaka Uglupat Kandagli Koyeniok Okak Dogut Kovehok Parak Koyahok Pat Wuglupak Ikayaro Radiot Okauchimik Uglupaka Kovehok Pa Okarugut Ulbak Liza Charlie and you Nagabing Mio Kabak Dogut Money astronaut me Inye Tumelaka Havak Inye Tumel in St. John Lemons, Koyenaini, Steve Ludick, Retired Nerak, Koyenaini, Inye Tumelaka Kovehok Baraktunga, Koyenaini. Uglapagok hand gave me Birag Nectar Good Friday to Sunday. And you kai holak dot money or naipik to it. And you Ublaguna Anyak dot Uwaguta Kobehok Baraktunga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too.
Great slave me Kakti. Tamari Naluna Oga. Sabag Wimne. Aula. aulayung man sumulaka tikilaameqman utimon tam tau Stephen Ludit naluna ya tam na taman just for deputy minister tap kanane kanga ilan naliuti ya kanga tama mani yalona at me kaya Elisa Jujija, Makwat, Polaktivot, Naluna Yaut, Damna Polaktivot, Church, Fort McPherson, Minunalik, Senior Administrator, Saswin Fort McPherson, Nunani, Koyanaini Takunakabit, Sivity McTagan is Savakabit, Koyanaini. Koyanaini Okakti. Naluna Yodita Polakti, Yalona South, Koyanaini Okakti. Akla, Tuni like Kika, Pigane Tunum Nixavayot, Akla, Tapquak, Yalona South May Savaktivak, Tapquak, Mani Savaktayokt. Ikayok tinutakat kaya na initapkwag tayo katak atilak kamlik kaya na ina Terry pekpagdakta o kausa ivagkap tiyo tamaptailis manakso tiyo o kakte tasva Steve Ludit tatping na ilitsawat ko kagalo Svan Department of Transportation tas me okakati bakaplo sunrekulaka tapi mani kafang up that tas manilo okakati lablo tas ba okausinga tas ba okakabigi pagka tamanna communications tas ba inu okati apo Trinidad Walla Damon Everybody crazy the way it's up good. Dera dilo milo savaktit tap kunani. Tam na tak fataro. Desvata savakatit kalut desvani. Desva over Mary Rosenberg. Tap kwalo mani okaktaw yo atamaita kuya na ini church start kuya na ini kiduli kawan ito at kuya na ini si Virginia sabat samin kuya na ini kuya suktuan Steve Ludit pikane Rasvatap what Steve Ludit kuya sukbagi maya Hay River North okakte Gabe tapgot kuya sukbagi at katamaita kayok tiburubani Awagod okaktaw yone Java tapgot nerep kay matawane owapting niglo tapgot Davi matak Troy Aikman Department Steve Ludit ila savaktaw yak Java tam nalo iluadon savaktaw bailoni iluadon savakti Davana kayok tablo ni wapting na tamapting na 37 years savak tuak tamna Yellowknife North Gallery mi pulakte Mr. Ludit li ilmi kaya sagbagin lang niya ka kaya na ini tapgot sunig laka ikayok daw bailutin Dalva Täpä tapkuat. Tappitani. Ja savaktisit kitylleka. Testarttaa. Ilisimammia tamna. Testart. Tasvani. Ona inut kuangit ovanga he. Inut kuatunit tunga. Tamna. Tene jate. Tapkualu. Therapist. Ovavuttaa. Nalapkaimata koenaini. Lanssaqaaq vegimmatigut. Kukioja mingnik. Koenaini. Tapkuata uvani pulaaqtivut. Sumiliqa ikayuvialuk pakapsi inungnik.
People in
Kaya park nga mani. Oh.
Thank you, colleagues. Motions. Member from Elney Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, whereas the affirmative action policy was established in the late 80s, and whereas the affirmative action policy was intended to support Northern employment by creating and strengthening opportunities for Northern Indigenous people, and whereas the affirmative action policy was intended to support and recognize long-term commitment of non-Indigenous people, and whereas the affirmative action policy was intended to support women and persons with disabilities, and whereas the affirmative action policy is a policy and requires periodic evaluation and updating from time to time, and whereas the Indigenous employment policy has had a number of concerns highlighted by committees of the Assembly, of this Assembly, and whereas the Indigenous employment policy has received enormous negative feedback from the public, and whereas the Indigenous employment policy has not been received by the public in
Tapkot maligaliangit policies. Tapkot tasva ova. Tam na aublatit para ingutaktit paga. Tapkot Northwest Territories me. Tapkot in Nutanik. Iliriyak patamakot aglak pataluni Nutamic policy. Tap kuno nga isumaleo ko tinginago tap quad makwad Northwest Territories tap quad ukakatigilugit kamedi tap quad savakto tap kuno na alalitutama liglugo policy titazwa asin taiman na tutkhumania tutkhiksarnegat tam na maligalia tap kuno ni Zaman sapek saktuat nutakkalunen arnalunen pikkarluktuat tap kununga malekkagumek koyanaini okakti Yellowknife Center tasvatamna natangun iliyauyok motion liaksak koyanaini okakti tap kununa Tapkot policy tam na allalivaktuak tasva asin aglan in camera mi tam na okakta man okauti kiga ila talva tam na isumaliw ko tigibalok pagat iluatun aulat kugalwak lugo Tapkot 35 years mi ako nanani Tas vatap kot uva udjakutigiyat. Taiman na reviewok tak salwak. Aglan. Reviewok tau reviewok tau suyuk saugalwak taima. Tap kot policy government lusannayak tamagait. Tas vatap kuan mani ani uvet nunagilugo aglan inuinaungin navet tas mani aglan mani ani simagovet tas vamaunga otilayutin nunaptingnon tas vatam na kayak simangit kat tas vatam na policy maligaliak iman na Ilitsure vale kublugo tamna aglan tapkot iman na isumalu takangitwat tapkot aglan tasva iman na tutkiuma jutioman kuwea na kiblunilo tutkiksaktaugangan kangiksiyaugangan tapko nga South Mudlun mani nunami tasva tapkot taiman na inuinailu itkilillo pitkusingat iman na adjigingin mata tasva tapkot ila tapkot ismaleo tiksangit Tap kuat government set. Government iman okakto. Igla tap kuat isamalu tingit kefut. Aglan ilumong ito. Iman na sunik okausik sabot tamat kuat okawapket. Tap kuat aglan iman na.
Time is we're not ready.
Uglupak Inuit havak dot mani okan an aipekto kaya ikayak dot uglupak havak tiwudok mani skungek dot luni skungit shot luni at napak Scoring me ili har mi ok 50% in at havak tiwud kanogli ikayak nerik put uglupak at napag graduation dot ikayak nirat Mr. Speaker habang nirak dot mani Northwest Territories me uglupak akaw tikit kahok habak tikput mani Northwest Territories me Premier Cabinet Rock Apekerik Ben Rock Oglupak Inuit Canada Mi Rock Inuit BC Mi Nova Scotia Mi Havak Tibodok or Havak Nangit Mani Government Bergok Hakanogli Rock Makparanik Nalurunga Oglupak Mr. Speaker Government Rock Havak But legal issues. Handling me is legal issues, policies, money. Havak would work. Court me oka bakparada kaichiluit. Money minister me ok apekaroik but money makparada. Handling apekaroik ok. Mani Northerners, mani okaktuat, taipektorluit, mani government, but okaktorluit, Inuit, havaktorluit, mani, havaktibut Northern me, Inuit me. Mr. Speaker, oglupaka okautikit, but generation 2, malok tinlu generations 2, oglupak. Iluahin kanagli government with okang nektigut foundation miok mining companies ok kanagli new nagawing mi Northwest Territories havak tiwut bakpahatan titikul havak nangit put mani GNW timi owagut havak tiwut Mr. Speaker, okaktagut Northwest Territories havak tibut havak tiniraglut. Uglupak mani inyu nagawing mi havak nangitut mani government. Government honor migoka inuit havak tibut mani GNWT. Havak donga mani havak tiwut nakagluni havak nangitut mani government me upla mi havak urung ublutomi mani inuit havak nangitut luni at federal government indigenous government federal government kanokli naipekter beings havak wikput mani yun nagawing miyok havak tibut o havak tinirat government Northwest Territories hok havak nekit pamani apekrog lutin gok kinya apekrog nek beong kinya kangek nera at napakakautik pen Mr. Speaker mani yun nagawing mi mani Northwest Territories tau tigak pikat Saksarbe meeting so havak right to luni man in you nagring me. In you nak me gok mikiromika gok havak right to Ahad nabaka havak tiwut humi havak nectar mandate mika makpan titak lego hens go ring me gok ilitchini ragluit. Ahad nabaka fundamental problem. Education me havak tiwut ahin ikayor nirak luit mani ka nutakawat habang nirak tikput maliktik ligo kawehok park tunga at napakokahok tunga okak banga at napakokang ikilaitik inyunagam yok kanukli P2 habak tiwut inyunagam mi at napaka kayong nirak put mani Northwest Territories mi tamakinaktak Oglo pakoka okaktoakluta ate pakoka ikayulaitik putuka iyunakami habang mi okaktok habaktok mani habaktot okalait sidwok communication mi ok mani makpatan titiklugo okaktomika okalait sidluni at napakoka overwhelming okaktok makpatan titiklu Aurora College mi Ovanga ikayong nirkulut government okautilut government employees mani habang niraktok luta nakagok at napaka okautungagok per trade habang right chitluni inyunakami Mr. Speaker okaktor at nagpaka okautig request vote government ikayon nirak latigut at napag motion second gok makpa ikayok lutagok okautilagosok isimaktikput yahin inyuik habang nirat mani inyunakami Northwest Territories mi habaguktot mani inyunakami mi Bisukatang chudwok ahin government put apekrutka.
Thank you, member from Range Lake. Or sorry, Yellowknife Center. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Kayunay ni Mr. Speaker. You can walk. You can make a start and make a open akami. Northwest Territory you enacted with my P2. 30 Okiuni, Okaktor Northwest Territories me. You apa Inuit have a light shed money government me. At napakoka Inuit habaktot humilaka habaktok litin. School bring me time acted Blue Northern River kanukliok taihuk piang. Berlugok 30 years okiomi okautis inyuna witita benefits me government benefits wok kaitihu hatiut government me SFA Northern tax deduction people hypectaru at Hawk Highway here Havak Dog Road my Northwest Territories me Uglabak 30 years to government okautigit habang niraktot hava light shit public service me okaktong government okauti nirlag ikayong niraglit kanukli department ok ikayokter nakakpag inyunakring mi government megok at napag policy megok makparan nakurang mika policy megok at napagtitikngichok mani makparan ahin okak nirak tagut mani inyunakring mi okautibut pektok at napag okautibut nakagok makparan ikayong with indigenous government disabilities government to makpahatan waktu tingit put government put ikayok luit money atau hawak tuak money at disabled tuak hawak tuak money Emily su hawak tuak himmek terligo Pretty group makpahamik titingkak money kinya okak tuak money kanagli tuak yak piu kanagli ka makpahati tiki yak piu o kautik paka yalanay sentrami to haragut at na paka ilawut habaktiwut government perko ka angirok ta money public service me ikayoik put DEI gok kanagli ikayok tingnaik put at na pak habaktiwut Uglupak kanagli security kaktot policy of government P1 nagago ka hawak tu makparaton at nagon kanagli gok kayok nirak luit hawak tu mani gok ka Northwest Territory kayok nirak hawak tu luit government me Ahin hawak tu Inuvialuktun mi uglupak range lane mi okak tagut hok P2 ok okak tagut kanagli ok himmek tin but hawak tu but mani constitutional mani Inuvialuktun mi Northern Community ok what hawak tagut Northwest Territories mi Nakagok okaktor P2 mika Northern Summer View. Kanagli wok at napak indigenous people mi hawaktor tuwani at himmerlu P2 wok bir nerlu kanagli himmer nek view. Mr. Speaker, Government Standards Committee, 52 wok kiurat at detektot makparaton participant groups wok detektot government put detektot luit mani Northern Territories ataw hewok ataw himikok hikayok takaktok at napako P1 P2s ahin hikayok right chok ahin southern people Inuvialuktun Northwest Territories me at napagokok apekik but northerners ok 25 word go cubic o college chalk luni ahin okaktor habak dokluni habak dokluni kobe parak dok naipak dok habak mi Obla vi ok habak orak policy ok okaktok nalurak ok kairak nalurak titiknektok at napagak anitilugo at napag government okangit sigulugut makpangatun okaktogut okaktogut at awak inyuk at napag Mr. at napag inyuk 35 years money indigenous government ahin taimak talk government me utek talk ahin taimak talk ataw hekok taimak talk habagirichuk bani pingahoni lu atinak parak tonga kobahok parak to human resources company priority 1 indigenous government habagiruk put okaktuak luto imani habagung mi okaktuak kanagli professional governments mani human resources habagiraichit Okaktuat havagwing me, Inuvialuktun me. At nabakadogligok bakbahatun titiklo havagwing me. Ovang me my havaktiwut, havak ikayong nirakluit frontline workers. Ahin at napaka promotion me. Okaktuak tonga havang me First Nation me. Kayunainik pak okaktoing havak tonga. At napaka policies nika naipektok lugu. Ahin ikayong nirat havaktiwut. Kanugli talking yak being havaktiwut. Mechanism policy miyoka. Navingitsak at napak. Ahin malingit ka ok policies. At napaka oka kokit ka havaktiwut Inuvialuktun me. Inuvialuktun Northwest Territories me Inuvialuktun Inuvialuktun Manti in Northwest Territories me. Inuit havaktuat luni ahin apekrakluit havaktingmit uglupak Inuvialuktun me. Mr. Speaker, Maning Indigenous havagwing miyok himikter niralut ahin North me Inuvialuktun Southern Canada gok employment continuity igayakti gok mani. Quote, mani havaktiwut Inuvialuktun in Indigenous government ikayak near Inuvialuktun economic sovereignty hok government dok NWT me Inuvialuktun should kanugli birak dochleting politics me government bit gok atawhalut mani Inuvialuktun government me new policy gok havakritik ovani DNW gok human rights economic development kanugli angirakten hongak nirak lugu havaktiwut koyinaini gok quote havaktidur mikirurak tok okaktor new government hok kanuglo ikayok nirakta hanok mani kanugli naipektergwit Yellowknife Center gok Coed Glenn mining member statement gok okaktuat active committee members gok government put kanug na mali kwaklir standing committee manakl minister gok nudlugo ikayok nila mali kwaklir action policy gok committees ikayok nila Talimat malo havaktiwut makbaut pre-emic new himekter lugu government lu policy at napagok public miyok media mika tawtaga policy yok ika havaktiwut northern havaktiwut committee ikayok near government of Northwest Territories minister okautiligot kanugli ikayok neto government pero kanugli ok isumabiyong money policies himiktig nagat policies himikluit ko umihok barak tergok prior tigok NWT me government me Ubanga hawagan gitsunga atmat chambers me Ubanga chamber miyok campaign miyok hok homit pa mani ikayulating makbat in government indigenous government humilakagok minister okaktoak at maghawag nirak hawag bing mag habang niyangit bihungit din manigok okaktuanga go government himiktuat kawehuk parakter 30 years to the kawehuk tuanga umani havakti with atahuk havakti with northerners at havakti with atnamak government put non-judges government work ikayag lira lita havakti work ikayag near havak paraklet public service ni Mani helper this motion me government but havaglut covered. Mani MLA me okay havaglut support motion me. Conscious government to harluit ikayagluit ahin northern havaglut ikayagluit mani kayanaini.
To the motion, member from Wati.
Kayanaini. Na okaktaga mani havagtikput to haranga atnabak mani Inuvialuktun Havakti with Northern me in WT me in Uniac dot 56% and rock employees the Havak dot money P2 tun Inuit Wanga Kanak P2 Havak dot money Inuvialuktun city me Mani ilawat havak takaktot mani havak nektot mani skoagwik tot to haranga nokaktranga for not really hired me creature region me atahek nutakabot elementary school me new churat night me and ikayog near school me indigenous government nutakadgok Inuvialuktun mikirami uglupaka haba asko rech mikironic mikirak tok Inuvialuktun mi nutakabot kanakuli kanakonaktagot siyaklumika atnabaka Inuvialuktun himrok tunga ikayok tunga siyaklumik okaktok Mani support me policy me indigenous nutakat habang with me the territory's boundary supporting it kayak motion. Holiday holiday. Kaya nani? Kay abangalugok o kaktonga G kanagli policy. No badwok be at baka o kaktogut at nabak havaktiwut mani inuit havak dot mani Northwest Territories P1, P2, P3. Mr. Speaker, o kautikatka cabinet meeting me. Ko naipagtuktonga kanagli o cabinet me go kairak. Inuit kokok dot mani o kautiga members me Inuvialuktun me kanagli ok isimabiong Aboriginal people Inuvialuktun me Southern Canada havak takaurut at napaka fourth resolution is me adjuk havak sko aktak makbatin hangirok atawhek Inuvialuktun mani havak havak nangitsurok ahin himerne bodrok Habakti in you nagging me, northern people me and southern me habakti but wanga ikayong nengit kiyagok Aboriginal policy mi ka habakti but okak barak dong government policy mi. Pinga okiuni gok 30 years to hatnabak kauti ka oglapak ikayulay kati yut. Hatnabak kanukli inuit habag nirak dat habag light chut. Hatnabak oka makbat naipek tuklut habag mi. 1970 okakto mapi okakto ikayakti cabinet minister to Hadragawut Northwest Territories me Aboriginal numbers ko policies mik na naipagtulugo at napagok is motion una uglupak Ismahu na inuit kokak members me okaktuat akligar miktuni raktat otukanak akligar liga mani oka policy kaipaktukuya uglupako okat 30 years to policy mika naipaktuner honak piung nakunak pa hunyaw nak pa nakawok 30 years to nahin kananak pihi kanokli promise nak in money kawehok oglupak okak dogut cabinet okak dog committee and this government ok ikayun katluni Northwest Territories me oglupak tuhad put atnapak this policy ok Minister of Finance okaktok kayong nengit kiyawok my chiefs ok okauting it kang ngut inuit okauting it kang aluni cabinet ok 1970 ubulapak okaktunga as kayong nengit put motion mik ilakin nengit put ok at nabak ilakin yuraklu at nabak manitanga ikayaw nakput inyo nakring mi Northwest Territory mi inyo nakring mi ikayaw nakput uglupak nipis right sugut cabinet walk okakaurat ikayaw light chuluni consultation mik uglupak policy go kahimignak beauty right sakat nabak ho kayo akit piratin mani to halutin ahin this have policy anirak kanakli havak parak dot upkwak anilugo okaw dinak tunga okan apekro narik kalis ka mani wodak lugo okaktongan tuti chat okaw pikit ka havak tikput mani kanakli in government policy work for himberlu atinga ahin nunengit at napakok independent government gok kanakli havak nektuk mani appeal board me okak tonga 19th assembly me government havak togo dumani havak barak togo at napak kanyani apekok ta uglupak mani tikut okak togo uglupak matna oka kanakli okaw tikut committee me huin huit chagok havak tobut mani Mr. Speaker, I'll support a motion on behalf of Inuvialuktun to government me hawag niraktot at napagok tuha near to Northwest Territories minipig move ta okak toilet money government okak ti at napagka consenting gar Inuvialuktun yok. Mr. Speaker, ikaw naked ka support, ikaw pa motion mik. Tony Yellowknife North. Hutek na kigok support ko ka umati ko ka policy ko ka nalurung at na pag
Habit. Damna policy malilayta ko. Damna aglan. Ukpa nginap kitap ko at kiglukon na okauti yait Inuit. Tas wat policy kud makwad okakto. Tap kwad damna okangman. Damna that so affirmative action so igitaksivik ko. Damna allalivasok. Damna tapkwat in mikot priority once northern Savaktaw at Bivaktot. Tapkwat policy so damna temaliva. Damna asin. Damna policy sivitiyumik ukhaivallak pakasi. Tapkwat ikayok taungin mata Inuin na itkililo sa bak sa digon. Tas ba uktunga. Tap kuno na ilisaw judik sa digon. Damat kuno na ilisaktuat ilisak sa digon. Tap kuno nga. Inung nun uktuanon. Tap kuno na. Tap kuat. Teman na ilisa makoktuat sa vaksa nagtiluwit. Tapkwat asin ilang ita sa pagviktik kimakpagay teman na sa vaksita kangatik kulvasik kiyat ilisangit. Tapkwat kanoktut ka ba maptatut kiksalabaw. Taman na tut kiyo manikun ang makalugo teman nintumik nunaligin mane kuveagilugit. Savan naktasir lakalugit tamat kuat mane nunan mitokat. Aglan. Tas batam na. In mikot savamik minun katimayaming nut savan naktilut kimagpagay sa vaktuat taning nun. Taning nik atanilgit. Tas ba tapkwat. Tas ba at sa paksaw tige bagayit ukwat. Tas ba teman na sibon mon awlayo at utsak hudil dut ilisang nitigon. Ukakti. Tas batam na. Affirmative action teman na isamak tunga. Aglan alakon okawak tunga. She says she's not doing a
To the motion, member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I
Yellowknife North damna tap kuno na okaangan okakatgisugiga okakti tas batamat kot bima gibot teman na Antamanna tavattamna oqausaneeriga tarnam maumfami oqartoq ilisartuat nutaqqat pivluit qanortun savakvit taamna systemic change taamna allaliuaq Temanna asin generalized temanna atausimun ilimayumik aglaan inuinnailu itqilillu ulapinniaqtuat taaviumani taasavataamna iglaan tapkort aippagutta oqautaqartut ikajorniqortuyut ukuat kavamat isumaliorut tiginiagaat tamaita inuit ikajorniluglugit aippaani vootaqpajung tasvataamna isimagiyaqa imanna tapkort aamaanninuna mittaqat savaguyuat tasva Tsunamittam indigenous. Talpa tam imanna temanna tamna maligaliaq temanna equity uqariblugu disabilities uqarimmatju tasva asin pikkarluktuat maligaliormatiik taapkunuuna atuaqsaitigun aglaan taapkuat inmikuttauq inuk uqarilugutamanna pikkarlinugluni isumaliorut taqalugunu inminik uqalaitkiblunilu taimanna taapkuat asin tasvataamna tauq isumaliorutigi miyaat Talva uvanga taapkuat taamnaptauq uqausaripsaaqtaksangat tutqiksaqtaksangat taamna tutqiksaaqsaq January aglaktat tusaaviupulukit tasva uqausequsukkaqa uvani equity taapkuat Inuvialuktun tutqiksarniakiutiuni aglaan taapkuat asin tasva eqsigiyavutamatkuat savangniuptungaagun ilaani isumaliorangapta eqsileqluta uqareqluta tasva taamna inuit uqausingit tusaamaliaraangaptigit imanna inmitualuk inmikun maliqqayaksamiŋnikkisiat piyaraangata aglaan taapkuat uvva taamna uqauserilaitkitka qanoqtun taapkuan maligaliaqsangat uqauserilaitkiga inmikuttaaq inmitaimalin aanginamit taamna
Member from Framley.
taamna maligalaitka maliqqalaitka oqaqti tasva taapkuat taamna savangnaitsungnaqta taamna taamnagoq isumaaluutiqanngituq taapkunanga
Affirmative action policy.
Ikajorniurarneeraatu policy utiqtuarut qanerliaanaipernerikput atnapaka recommendations ko qaitsigaat At na bagoka identified night kat goka mani havakti would okaktoagut mat engagements me okaktoagut menela Yellowknife North me okaktok uglupaka challenge checkbook mani indigenous government disability government go barriers me go mani government but go habang niraktot education me membri okaktoakok oka apiriagok litsinektot at napagok okaktoagot kanagli ikayognerik put naipektorat gok indigenous policy gok committees gok okaudia ditikat aglakat members mani kanidungok ikayogne ditikat mani government put we ikayogni raledgok kanagliok himirnerik put committee gok new and just government leader atauhemak pinghonigok 17 recommendation mikhairat engagement gok at nabagok with policy gok ikayognerik put gok kanang ikayognerik put Yellowknife North gok kanagliok committee gok department gok apakarat kanagliok ikayognerik habangnerik put gok committee gok policy gok at napaka piatiut at napagok kanagli 50 to 52 gok okaktoaktot issue mika mani government policy implementation at napagok UNESCO wing mi gok ikayulait gok policies gok makparaton titiklu uglupag barriers mi school wing mi habak tribut mani government mi oktongagok habak parak kaktuguthuli minister gok okaktok committee gok ikayaktibut habak takak parak tuguthuli mani unit habak tibut gok ikayagluit uglupagok kangkilait chungagok hok kilimikok policy gok 30 years nukiulik hok minister gok hokai huraglutin ikayagluta committee bi policy mikhaitchigla uglupag pakruda mani government put engagements me hok at napaka kangkilaichigwata policy mik at napaka kanakli hok isumaktik put ikayognerik put acknowledgement hok minister hok himberak policy naipektaglugok okaktuit kanagli at nabak habaktiwit Northerners indigenous government Northerners mani Northwest Territories me habaktiligo yunak me Northwest Territories nakagok ikayogne habaktakaktuit mani government Northwest Territories me okaknek tunga ginya habangitshot 14 recommendation at napaka government policies gok minister okaktuak habaktuak at napak nagago kang kilaitunga. Hibut man go ka makpahatun titiklugu. Makpahatun go titiktok. Etik enyu nigami dutakat havagami nakaluni enyu bagami. Ikayor niralut angiramik legislative assembly apakarlo. At napak okaktoka. Okaktok dit makpana kait sigado titigado. Ikayor nek motion money cabinet gok. Havak tiuk tunga cabinet. Ikayor nirak tiluda. Titik aglak tohet ka cabinet. At napak katilait sigut. Acknowledgement gok. Minister gok o kauti hati gok. Working group and okaktok luda. Kawahok tunga. At napak heaven yuk tot apirit kia. Okaktonga apaktonga kanaka nutakat kayor nerat. Kanak leo ka nutakat aihurat aulahurat school wing me university me. Ahin ikayor lugut utak pata government utak dog lut habak tik nek tugut mani government put kayunaini. Kawahak parak tunga ikayor tunga habak tik nak minister goka ikayor nek habak tikak tukoli. Yalanai north me my most more free me. Okaktok habak tikaput nakuromik abekarog ba utaki raglutin. Chair committee nagagok utaki raglutin. Members gok okaktok policy mika ikayok tik parak kaktok. Kawahak parak tung habak tung colleagues money. Range regular nude kaka Newik bootleg. Kaya na ini. Lepak okak parak tagut. Yun nakaming mi. Okak tonga Newik mi. Habak tok habalay chakluni. Yun nakaming habak tiput northerners yun nakaming mi. P2s migok. Okak togut. Habak togut. Matchaka habak school wing me titik tok tot and you know me. Akilanga at napaka kayok habak tikak Wabanga gok. Indigenous employment gok. At napaka kaudiya. Having a policy gok malik doglago. Permit action me 30 years good habak ding it put 1% non-government work indigenous. Habang it should money at na pagka himirlugo. 100% in work in just policy agreement. Apek nirang nektugut okautir. It at na pagkakautigan northern indigenous habak tibut at na pag okak number 1 work issue okak tuanga man inyu nagawing me indigenous habak tibuk policies work nalurunga inyu habak tibut mani nalurunga kanugli kayok put ya at na pagka stats okalait naipagtut angi perdak habak tibut huit ikayong Inuvialuktun government, indigenous government, habak si habak dot at nabagok ikayok tingning with habak tingning kanugli habak tingnek piung. Northwest Territories milk ikayulate got kanugli habak with 30 years to the mining. Policy yok Mali light got kanugli yok Inuvialuktun habak dot ang habak with okaut naipek toneric but Oglapak oka dauduki kia gok policy yok ikayong nirang langa. Oglapak aperben himmek der nirang lugu policy with mining ministers of health. Working group habang nirang lita cabinet gok ikayok der lita. At nabak policy ikayok der buta ikayok der nirang lita. At nabak wani katitogut. In you living policy ook himwektig pan, ahin himwektig lu, ook houd ik ben ik unit indigenous government. To harang you nabing me, kanagli ook public service me, ook ikayok ter luwit public service me. Policy ook anak titik pe pit bakpradon. Habak teknek doctor me lunar nurse me kanagli bakparanik school we kenya naipek tunak. At nabak inyo na me habak tibut aperik put at nabak doctor need habak tibut ikayok tibut. Obanga public service into deployment. The new policy yok kayok government me IEP me yok implementing yok makparadon policy me malignerik but atnabak Mr. Speaker habak tibut kayong nerik but Yellowknife Center gok Range Lake Okaktok to haranga and you nabbing me at nabak it has to be indigenous in northerners gok habak tingnek dot himmer lugut minister at nabak himmer terlugo and you wik bootleg. Kayanaini, Mr. Speaker. This policy yok, revised policy yok, 30 years to kiuni. Tautik tonga himmek tochlugo, habakti with government put. Mani northern me, satu me tautikia. Habakti kangit sagut region me yok. Atabak habakti kaktugut. Okaudianga. Himmek doctor at nabaka ilakaktugut mani ikayong near efficiency at nabagok policy okaktuat government okaktuat nagungit pa implementation me kanagli isumakpiyong ahin survey me analysis me kanagli measurement policy yok at napakahimik nakaluni nakuromikluni. Mr. Speaker, this policy yok ang makdoktok upkwak tuhara gudgok engagement mani inunagwing me. Mani baby wood. Government Okakti. Recommendations Okauti Beachigadgok. Nunerik Budgok. Assembly me. Angman actor Upquak. Collaboration Bigok. Okadishimarik Bigok. Multi-jurisdiction Northwest Territory Atlangarak Satumi Mani Inunagami settlement areas provisions gok government benefits gok beneficiaries gok land claim kaktot Atnapagok Kautinir Mani inu okaktoagut Mani tut ulapaku kangikirniurat mani government but ikayalutin Kenya mani havakti but mani Northwest Territories me policy migo territorial one not the land claim migo applied jurisdiction having inunagawing me ma naipektung ya kanuli islakinek piung okaktak boot leg me 1% gok 14 to titignek but kanuli naipektung luit hok having it chakat na pako atak na paka ikayog nek policy uktak neria ovanga midterm naipektung term mani assembly me midterm me and annual return ikayog nirakpa fiscal year naipektung ahin makpamik titing nekliti ahin na nekewing mun kaitsiligo ulupak o kautikpin o at na baka ikayog nek policy yok ahin approve it ikayog lita kaya na ini Yellow nice short. A policy of equity. How did Naipek look at it? How did Kenya go have active equity? At the back, Mr. Speaker, in the indigenous policy yok, ikayo near Louis, Kenya having a church. Historically, Kanagli equity mika Northwest Territories mika Canada mika near policy yok ikayo near government havakti with GNWT me. I picked a but benefit work government in you having me. Inuit indigenous people havak near Nakagok indigenous nations many First Nations Métis presently Northwest Territories me Bandre me Newtok mani inunagwing me mani yalanay indigenous nations the policy okaktok Kanagli naipekto nekpium Mr. Speaker, engagement pakpa miktitektor mani assembly Nakagok December la 30 Houston okaktok at nabagok okaktok policy ok hemmingit chok at na bakpakilait it book. 2005 walk. Kenya kanokli habak pi makparal but ikayok nirok lita. Nakagok inuit habangit chut at na bak hemmingit kit book at na bak. 2014 mi kairak kahin titektuak lu makparatun. At na bak okauti put hemming engagement gok. At na bak okaut human resources habang nirak dot. Malo kakhluni okaktuak put legislative assembly. Ikayaglut habak tigmut indigenous government. At na bak okaktuak NW council leaders, the secretariat, money, committee affairs, indigenous committee, oglubaka obanga okaktuang habagwigmi, standing committee okaktuat, human resources mi okaktuat, kanuli nakunak biyong. At na baka habak tikput Northwest Territories mi. Oglubak habak tuat mani government mi akit pibi mi ubani. Kanukli naipektung naikput at na bak. Ikayaw nirakligo, ibaklarligo, panyak pakit sila ikikput at na bak. A deep equity. Public service mi yok ikayok parang luta mani ikayok lut habak tibut mani government mi. Mr. Speaker, 1 year ago, March mi yok mani assembly standing committee okautik put himberlugo titektuaglugo makparatun at nabak kanagli mi tiktuagut mala kakhlunga kanasli yok policy mi kok okautilunga at nabak government put 19 of it government mani okaktuat policy mi legislation milu budget mi nagagawak habangit sugut mani okaktunga habaktuak tiktuawut mani Inuvialuktun government mi kanagli kiyonak piha policy yok makpaten titingit ka kanagli ikayagli makpaten titiklu education mi ikayagnirak lita school bing mi training tuak lita races cultural training me tut okaktuak lita kanagli ikayagnirak put indigenous government atunga diversity makpaten titiklu strategic plans, cultural training, context, ikayagnirak cultural mi ikahawak tibut timik tong itzuk atnabak. Uglupaka okaktonga okiuni atawheklu maloli policies mik government kok ikayagnirak luit human resource mi public service mi yok okaktok tuning nalutin yok public services mik Mr. Speaker, indigenous government policy atawhek equity ahin nakawak atawhemik indigenous government ok ikayak habak takak government put Inuvialuktun ikayak niluit government okaluit kanagleok okaut indigenous Inuit habak tikluit at nabak okaut iluit treaty and government mi. At na baka inyo tawag mi inyo nagawing mani best members miluni inyo nagawing mi. Public hearing mi ok. Ipakrakti ok standing committee okak dogut. Ok di ok public service me. Who is a member of public service in this government nakagok naipektorukia. Northwest Territories me. To a Hauktung indigenous government. Akauti ligut habakti with money government cook public services me. Mr. Speaker, implement policy me gok obani. Ikayog nearly equity gok benefit me the kiting it cut. Atnapagok policy gok non-traditional me. Policy gok naipektingin ka. Umed ko agnat gok habak truck. 59% to 65% to agnat habak truck public services me. 2007 agnat habak truck malaya kakludu. 61% money government habak truck. Uglapagok naluruguda equity mika kanagli ikayaglut equity achievement diversity inclusion gok at napakautik bin at napaka labor force mika akanat gok habak din niraktat money 2/3 me habak dot money government me the policy gok himmerlut 25 to nakiumi nagagok habak dot money Canadians ok. Mr. Speaker ok non-indigenous government at nabagok priority habak din dot money public service me habak net 2024 unemployment ok 12% of habak short indigenous government 2%. Habak the right policy at in junior government but okaktot ikayak near alut at napaka okautiligut gok kanagli ikayak near habak the with money equity finance me. Okakto aglugut money in your came naktugut uglubak. At nabak okauti kwa money yok habak nek money habak tuit at nabak luni uglubak habak tuak habak tuat money ikayak the government put money habak the would bak money habak miyok ikayak near titiglut college me. At nabak apekroik penok at nabak okauti lugut proactive work uglubak government but at nabak apekroik penok ikayok the but money government and North Territories public service me. Uglubak okauti kya bakpado na ikayok niraluit.
Relieve you a little bit.
Yeah.
And North.
Taimanna utsikutigilugu taamna sivitiyimik inuman maani taamanna sivunniulait kikpu taimanna taapkuat aasin imanna utsikutigilugu tamatkuat ilisamayaytigun tasva taapkuat taimanna oqa oyuat inmekon taamannaptaaq ilisimayut taamna tasvatapkuat taamanna aklaan sip imanna sivituaqtamikluuni sivituyumikluuniin sivitungitiminluuniin maani itjuta inum utsaqutiginnagu tasva tapkuat takulugitarpkuat tutqiksarniarlutik taamnas tuglia utsorniaikput tapkuat aklaan asnafai taamna utsaqutigimmillugu atorlugu ilaani ilisarniarmingnit aulaqisuuyut ilisemaakkeqaangamiktaaq inulaqammit tasvattaamani taapkuat taamanna ilimmata qimaayuat savaamingnin taamaaqterlutik tasvattaamna retention nutqaqtutaat savaannautik saqaluangat inuit taamanna allalaigaat tapkuat asiin takup saamalugit asiin taamna savaqatiik pakatka indigenous government oqaqatigiplugut tasvattamatkuat oqausaablutigit maaninunapta ilaani utsiqutigimmatiik inuinnait itqilillu atanoriauyuittut taamna tapkuat asiit oqaqtuamimanna inuteqait maaninunaptingni ikayorniartaksavut aklaan tapkunan tapkut king taimani atoqpagait ilangit atorniaivutluunniin utitqikpata manna utaqqinaitut 30 years ming oqaqsi taapkunanga public servants ne savaktutoqat tamangmik Canadians nguvallaariutut ila imanna takumanginnapku taamna taavimni savaannak uktuanit taamanna Northerners imanna taamna oqariauiaqaanga Northerners taamna utsequtigipagaat imanna uktorneq kisian maaninunami kitimulleqaa tasva oqautik
with the Arctic Economic Council that was visiting here in Yellowknife, and they were asking about, why people are living here and what their connections are. Mr. Speaker, from what I was hearing, and certainly
Atapaka tuharanga advanced screaming gok GNWT mi gok habag me. Atapaka Mr. Speaker okaktunga screening committee mani habag tiwit obani habag tigniragluta. Atapak okaktunga policy of government, policy of cabinet. Uglupaka naipekter put many years okuyuni oka naipekter put at nabak kawahoktunga makpatan kayong niraglita. Northern Indigenous Contacts Rock kawahok paroktunga treaty governments at napako cabinet go motion mi kangi haklego. You know ni. To the motion. Yeah, I don't know center rock. You know ni. Okaktonga mind finance minister rock bodak nerad rock nagagok motion rock accounting as atnabak accounting ben Yukon rock motion bikaitseluta nagagok uglubak okaktonga kanogli habang nektugut uglubak premier rock apekroik ben atnabak party politics nalurang atnabak Hey River North member gok okatak attempted gok politics gok naluranga ikayok habag nek tagut habag tigbot party system wak habag nengit kia Yellow Center Kuyanani gok premier okaktonga uglabak polity park guys gok habag collaborate tok nagagok premier kanoklo isumabyu naluranga at napaka okangitsunga gok at nabak kanoklo gok ikayog nira isematik bun colleagues at napaka okaktot naipektong nerya naluranga kakiu nerya isimakbut okaktorluten debate torluta ikayornirluta mani hin ikayorluta kanorli okaktorluta kayirani Kayunani at napaka kayunani uglabagok policy government at napaka 7 tungok nagagok naluranga pesikadak okaktogut at napaka policy okaktok motion look kang okaktong Mrs. Spear apekong committee affirmative policy nagagok accounting it kadiut premier gok mani okaktoglut equity groups gok apekong peno committee mi otaklutga tawhek malugut binghot hokai huraklutin and the motion mi okaktogut government perkok consultation milk 22 nagagok 22 mi nagagok implement motion mi otakkiwut atumbak ikayurnir education mi havak niraktor mi nagagok inuit havak nengichot government NWT mi At nabakanagli isumabiyok habaktuat. At nabagok modify lugut habaktibut mani and TNWT. Nalulugut at nabaka him naipektungi kikput. Hok at nabaka kayo nirod maling nangit po government work, constitutional work, at nabak apikruben committee comment policy bin nakungit sok luni at nabakok foundation mi committee mi okarik bin EIP nakawok ikayo niwin kay kanagli reinvention Mickey. Mr. Speaker, nakuramik ikayo indigenous colleagues yo kawag niraktek but nakawok ikayo nirak but committee pugut. Kanagli hawag nirak but member of Frame Lake me committee gok utekligo. Mani policy gok nakagok application mi ikayok to ni naipektorligo statistics gok. Satu mi gok okauti utekligo. Minister gok equity parcel gok. Nalu wakaktuagluda nakagok habakti indigenous government. North Terrace Miyok policy Miyok impacted ni nakagok nutkang nengit kakok. Mr. Speaker, okaktuanga kawehok park aknat habaktot ma aknat government mi habagurot koyunay ni empowering mi mani aknat habaktot P2 make habakti utik nekti negit but policy oka hibig negit ka itlaki negit ka. Mr. Speaker, 2005 ok awanga mani tonga okau digik pe kinnak barak dot and ikayaglit northern habakti with mani. Finance Minister okaktok ang mikiramiklu ni habak parak tok pingaho ni mantek tweet chogut Minister okaktok ok kanakli isumabiyong makpahatin gok detector lugut okiyokrakok Minister ok mak campaign trail miyok at napakok apekroik penok P1s gok ngobanga naipektreng biyong kanakli policy mi kaitik pin at napak uteknek pin tuni deyok okaktok hok kameja kaktogut mani okalait chogut ikayulait katiut. Mr. Speaker, okakok tunga kanagli oka isumabiyong atahimik format mi kaitulitra southern mik ikhabak takaktuut na mani northern habak tibut apekreik pin Obanga apekreik pin kanagli ikayak nirak dot habak dot mani kanagli ikayak tunek but at nabaka anak niya ikayaw niya northern habak tibut indigenous government luni at nabaka mani ok ka balikak luit Inuit habak tibut na laka finance minister Malik Tarik put Mahakago ka Mani Inuvialuktun Ming Northwest Thursby. Cabinet Minister Kayaglerlut Mani. Naluruta at nabaka kanagli isa mabiyung. At napaka kanang khilait nga at napak government gok community college solution mik ikayaglir ta at napaka kayo na ini. Recorded vote, all is in favor, makitlutin.
Akiliate.
Afrahim lik holiday. All those opposed.
Minister, yeah.
This one?
Taxiyot.
Oh, this one? You big bit Akimarot.
Yeah. It's not gonna go.
Good now?
Huh?
Good now?
Yeah. It's gonna stay. Policy.
Thank you. Those in favor 4, opposed 13, 1 abstention. Motion is defeated. Colleagues, we will take a brief recess to deal with the other motions. We have to give the translators a bit of a break. Thank you. Motions. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whereas nurses and healthcare workers deliver essential healthcare services to residents of the Northwest Territories, including in rural and remote communities that present challenging operating conditions, and whereas the delivery of quality healthcare in the Northwest Territories depends on a stable, well-supported workforce of regulated healthcare professionals, including nurses and allied health workers, and whereas healthcare workers are suffering from increased workloads and staffing shortages that contribute to low morale, burnout, and reduced staff retention, which in turn leads to disruptions in continuity of patient care. And whereas management practices of the Northwest Territories healthcare system are currently under review through the appointment of a public administrator, and whereas recruitment and retention of nurses and healthcare workers remain a serious challenge and require proactive review of management and labour policies to ensure fair treatment, safe working conditions, and adequate professional support to improve working conditions and job satisfaction. And whereas access to healthcare and addressing the effects of trauma is a priority of the 20th Assembly, now therefore I move, seconded by the member for Montfouille, that the Northwest Territories Legislative Assembly undertake a comprehensive review of healthcare management practices, bargaining structures, and labour policies in consultation with nurses, labour unions, independent professional associations, frontline healthcare workers, and other key stakeholders to identify and recommend measures that 1. Reinforce workplace protections for nurses and healthcare workers, including improved work-life balance initiatives, competitive compensation, and mental health supports. 2. Address management practices that contribute to low workplace morale, fostering a support.
Adahapaka nurses lua ikayog niraluit at napagok number 4 walk administration at narawig puta ikayog luit frontline work ikayog niraluit kanogli at narawing me hospital at narawing me ok ikayog parag luit at napagoka at narawig put ikayog niragat hawak tiwut hawak dot money uklopako kautigit ka healthcare munakabut at narawing me ok naipektor luit ikayog luit uklopako ka standards committee ok uklopaka kautig bin motion walk kanga Yellowknife North Koyanaini, Mr. Speaker. Koyanaini Mompe, Koyanaini motion, Ahin Range Lake, motion Mikangi Hagluton, Atnakabut nurses lu doctor lu Atnapaka Uglupaka Habakti would in you nagbing me Atnapaka Habakti Kraichit. Uglupaka ikayog nirugita inyut at nalak part nominu ubulamilo at napakanogli isamabi yung ikayog nirugluit contract workers. Uglupaka kautig put at nagawing me inyura nagawing me at nagawing ikayog luit money social services me. Ikayog luit kanogli doctor with nurses lumani ikayog niraglut at nabaka at nurses hawak dot okak dogut at nabak ikayog nir kanogli ikayog luit at nagawing mi hawak dot at nabagag nurses mi oka contract mi makbahanik dirigut ugdubak mani at nagami ikayo laikik put at nabak ugdubak okaw diligut okak dik put kanagligok ikayo luta mani at nagawing mi at anakbuk mani hawak doanga standing committee mi Koyani seconder from Mofi at napak inyu narwing mi kanagli at narwig put ikayog lugut una mani motion migoka ikayog luta mani at narwing mi At ni habakti wut waktu haluit. Mani ikayog nirluit habakti wut. Committee yok naipekter lorit MLA put mani ikayog dogluit. Aten ektok put ikayog luit. At kanokliok isumabiu. Healthcare work at napaka kanokli colleagues mani naipekter nerviu at nervimi koyunaini.
Slate.
Member from Great Slave, koyunaini. At napaka motion with 52, Tony Brax 2. Ikayog nirit nurse with at napaka makandu. Ikayog ikput bootleg me ikayog luta. Habakti with money at narwig put money. Uglupaka apekroig pin apekroig put motion walk kangi hagnut at narmi habakuro with money. Policies walk okautil ikayog near with at narwing me at napak monakaluit nakuromik. Motion append order. Grace Slave Lego Okakdok Koyunaini is na pagoka okautunga union mani eternal mi habakting me. Great Slave mi Okakdok. Member from Yellowknife North Koyunaini. Ikayog nakaya goka mani committee goka government gok legislature me. Koyunaini. Yellowknife North. Motion. Men, all those in favor, all those opposed, all those abstain. Amendment motion as per kangi hakdok. Member from Great Slave. Koyunaini. Newt Gia and you Bootleg. Newt Gia, Tony Passert, ikayog niro at narrowing me. Habakti would go ikayog niro at money. Doctor would nurse it. Newt Gia, Montpregok, Northwest Terrace me, Newt Ka. At narrowing me money, ikayog niro at Habakti would. Koyunaini, Frankler, ikayog luit. At napagoka naipektorli habakti would ikayog lut naipektorli monakailuitlu. Compensation, mental health, mental health. Manigoka ikayog lut ataw himika ikayog luit. At narrowing me ok ikayog niluit habakti would. At napagoka administrates policy mi kangi hagluk frontline working mi gok. Hospital me, health centers me, money, motion kangi haglut. All those in favor, look. All those opposed, abstentions. Most kangi hakpin. As amended. Member from Great Slave, Koyunaini. Newt Gia, Bootlegok, motion 52. Kangi Hagluit, brackets 1. At Nagami Ikayagluit, Havaktiwut. ikayognirat at nerving me, ikayoglut comprehensive money at nerving me, bargain at nerving me policy me kangi hagligo, standing committee go kangi hagligo. Member from Great Slave. Ngakagoka amendment sa okakto at na pagkoyinaini. Member from Illinois South. Koyinaini. At na bakokakto nga. Kanaglia ikayun. Uglupagok kanaglia standing committee gok. Okakto aklungan uglupag. Iglugo ka ikayong nangit ka obanga o luni. Committee go ka hawak tilugo uglupa ka at na pag okaw tilugo. Uglupa go ka and government go ka ikayong nira good at na pag government go kanagli go ikayong ludit. Mani hok hawak tibut mani. Wagadlu niya abak doglu da mani ikayong near 16 years to mani habak tunga. At napaka kanok na ipaktuloy pinyuwing mi. Ocean mi gok ipaktuloy. Nalurung ako at napaka committee mani kang haklik put. Nalurungat na bak. Motion from Frame Lake. Debating amendments gok. Third amendment. Question has been called. All those in favor of amendment? Opposed, gok. Abstention. Motion had carried. Members gok utekligut 52-1. Member from Mopi. Yeah, ikayog na at na bag motion me kangi haraya. Ugla bag kanagli mani at narabing miyok nurses sa habaktik niyarakit put mani. Ikayog na put nurses habak dot and you narabing me. At na kami mo ka nurses ko ka inyu nagwe mikiromik NWT migok ikayong negat ot nurses put habak tibut mani kanagli ikayong nirag put inyu nagwe mikiromi. At nagwe yung nurses mi habang tot at napaka kanok motion go kangi haklugo ikayong luit nurses put habang put ikayong luit. Member from Frame Lake. Kayanaini. Uglu pag mikiromik o kang nektunga at nabag. At napaka at nagaming o kaktonga kanokli is magnira piyong kanok ikayong narikput uglu paka at uglu paka motion kangi hang na ikayong nariya motion member from Range Lake. Kayanaini. Obangalu ikayagna motion, Range Lake me. Okaktoangita kanagligoka okaktota at nagamimiok nurses habaktot. Health Authority miok habangitsut at napag okaktoak luta auglupak ikayung kailait kai. Tuharagut mani at nagamimi habak paraktok akihok paraktot. Uglupagok at nagamimi tuk ikayolog mani habak toklut kanagli security mika kanagli ikayog nekping uglubak recruitment gok at department finance gok kanagli gok at nagwing mi ikayog nirwit ministers mani ikayog lut kanagli gok nurses mani ikayog nirwit ulupak naipektor ner put government put at napagoka ikayog luta mani mikiromik you nagmi at nagwing mi doctors lo yelin night mi ok hospital at nagpikaktut mani humani ikayog rakak parak tugut mani at nagwing mi Bikaromik in you nagami kanagli ikayo light kick put Bikarami in you nagaming me to hahu ragut at nagapa in you timak to at tokorot paramedic mika ikayok narik put at napaka Bikaromik in you nagami paramedic switch at napaka at nagawing mi habak takaktut uglupak at nagawing put ikayok niraglutin uglupak standing committee o kaktori put uglupak at mani ikayok nis hanagli ikayok luit mani habak tibut at napak okautik pin assembly migoka okautik pin ikayone mani you nagri mikirami uglupak at nagatik puta ikayok nirag luita nurses puta agritik parak luit uglupak ikayok nirag nag Northwest Territories mi mikirami you nagri mi at nagri mi ikayok niragit uglupak okaktong ikayok tin nirak luit uglupak habaktok luta mani ikayok nirat at nagawing mi you nagawing mi okaktot
Motion.
to the motion member from Hay River North Kayanaini motion me standing committee kai habak tin put the committee yok hang ne kang motion me cabinet me yok hang hak ikayok ne put standing committee cabinet yok ikayok ne ka at nabak to the motion as amended to the motion as amended Yellow Center. Kayanaini. Kayanaini parak to hak o kaktoanga. Kang hilay chunga atapak. Ovangalo. Okak nega chunga lugak motion me. Kandak liok ikayog nek pen Committee ook director net Healthcare Committee mani ikayog nirit. Ikayog neget kia. APG Healthcare Policy yok. Kanogli issue ikayog neget. Clear 90. All those in favor? Yellow North. Clear 90. Apicker na director the recorded okaktot. Vote in favor. Makidlutin all in favor.
What they're voting for. So make
Motion
okay.
to pass about nursing.
Okay.
Help the nurses.
Take it God ang elected. Kas akit wala atuk pala tuanne.
Yeah.
The member for Thabacha, the member for Yellowknife South, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Hay River North, the member for Hay River South, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Nunavut.
In favor 11, opposed 0, abstention 7. Motion kangi haktok.
God inuget kaya me.
Motions, member from Yellowknife North.
Yellowknife Koyanaini. I move Newt Kia. A hand standing rule. Oglobak March 13. May 22nd. Utagnaktigutt. May 22nd. Government put a Koyanaini. Adjournment Koyanaini. Igluwut katit dot mani government put katit nektagut March 22nd. Newt Giagok, second Mahara North, a motion 54-2. Adjournment House, May 22nd, Utaknaktagut. Thursday, May 21st, 2025.
Tema toda.
Yeah. May 21st. All is here.
Alrighty. Motions. No motions. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Acknowledgements. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge Frame Lake constituent Yvonne Quick, who received the King Charles III Coronation Medal. This medal, which was awarded in recognition of Ms. Quick's remarkable legacy and career in Canadian aviation and her dedication to northern tourism, is a testament to her incredible dedication and support of the aviation and tourism industries.
The Northwest Territories, the Miss Quick, Kuviagiaka, Mani, Nuna Mayuak, Kuviagi Bluguman, Nuna. Frame Lake, acknowledgements gina, Okak Sakakpa, Apexuda Kakpa, Yellowknife Center. Damna ITI me minister. Damna savakating mata malok nunalak. Sutigon man sunik ukakatik pagtabi muna. Ukakte tapgot damna pidactyl vane $460,000 pingasud nuna nakatigit nuna ligit tapgot savakatiging naswat tabi muna uya aksiyong likon. Kuya na ukakte tapgot uya katkitut tapgot sutigod lo uya aksiyong likat uya aksiyong viktigon ukakpat. Minister ITI, kuya na tamna tapgot savaksat tabi muna nuna mi uyak kanik tasba kinik sakatigon tapkununa tasba tapgot kangma tamanna napsuya uklugo ukangmata tapgot asin savakatigik luta kama temanna tabi man nuna mitu takat nunaptingne uktoklugit tasba tapkununa. Minister ITI, Yellowknife Centerman. Kakotigo nunap uvagot takunakinak patapkot kina uva takunakinak patamna. Sume. Kinaini tapkot okakte pidak me okausariyat at tapkunanga tapkununa kituli ikayok takakto tapkwat ukakatigap tigit tasba tapkot ikayok tigikluta tapkwat ikayok tut uwapting nun tapkununa Facebook tigulo news lakayo tigulo ukausakilayat ka. Range Lakeman. Damna asin. Police maktigutaw. Tas when you reform me itok Northwest Territories. Tas batap ko at asin damna iman na anget kiyagon munak sinik pata kanong me damna unong me tap kunona anget kiyatigon munak sinik munak si yiksapting nik okap unong me Range Lake. Premier, Koreani, Okakte, das war Government the Federal, Tapquat, Sivun Neurotigi, Police Maxat, Munaxi, Savot, Tapquat Asin, Tapquat, Tema Asin, Ublakot Government, Patatamat Kotusane Kavot, Tapqual, Tapkunanga contract that unit police go damn the beer negat. That's what I seen. tamna nunalat nunakatigit tapkot ikayongnerlugit okakatigilaayak sarimmatik tasdaapwat tapkot nunamingni palisimagtigon ikayoktauyuksat isumaliorotik saitigot qanoqtun tamatkot ilinearmangata nunamingni tapkot public safety kullo asin ministers tasvat tapkot Minister Blair lo tapkolo asin tapkolo aipagon maajuman Northwest Territories nunapta nunagon uqausaqarlutik munaksiik sainik tapkunona tasva tapkot sabaqatiginna kabut tapkot kabamavut Range Lake tamna Aklan tapkot allagik tutun aipa uqaqatiging narmata nakuyok turqik saurik sainik tasba tapkot good tapkot maliqayavut angeqtari maniktat 7 years mik takitilanga atoqtaqpusuli tapkot una maqpeqaqqaimman tasva neriunginaarmatigut suli tapkununa uqausarisuitkikpusuli una maqpeqaaqtikinman tasva taamna maliqqayat ila tasva tapkot uqausari lutik sivun mun uktuinnarialik aglan isumaliorutaqarniartut tamatkualu isumaliorti mantiik Range Lake tapkot sabaksaqat tapkot utqiksaujuksat aglan maani munaqsigiyavat police inuksivailutik tapkot asin tutqimaut qubri inuaktuksaqaluat premier qoyanainni ila tapkot contract matkot munaqsigiyaptigik taamna 7 years uqaqtaqa tasvat 70% asin akilillutigo tasva asin inugiaksilaaqpan taamna taima asin maniktuuta angigliuummerniartuaq 50-50 cost share akilipaktuat taviumuuna tasva asin taamna maliqqaaqaptigu contract put ila taimanna government uvagut akilitseqaarnata qoyanaini Yellowknife North taamna ta healthcare savaqtivut inniaunatut apeqsiyuksna taviumuuna healthcare work ila 50% inuiaktiyut inuittut tasva tapkot taamani taaqtaqarpallaartuksanaqlaan tapkot practitioners lunin tasva apeqsuutiga uvva qaqutigu qanoqimma inugiaktilaarniarpattaaktivut apeqsuigupta maaninunami NWT-mili sumulliqa Minister of Health and Social Services tasva tapkot NTSSSA all funded positions tapkot tapkot permanent nanmenek mani Inuvialuktun tapkot asin tapkot asin mga nunalgit taikanilion manili tapkot savaksain kinurtivang mayavot ila anipta tamkot isumalu tait tapkot asin ila savaksain taimachitigut kang maalin tapkot nutak kakayut ikayong nuktot tapkot nalupkinaktusuli aglan tamna tapkot savaksat imaitilugidlunin nagalunin imiktakpata. Kuya na ini okakte. Tapkot June last ipangani imaktot 25, 26, 36%. Imaitat inuit kimaktate savatik. Tasva asin tapkot inukit para tapjuya tapkot munaksit kanoktaima savaktik sapsarap ukpidik tamna imirnaong naktok tapkot tasva tapkot asin taiman na savaktik sapsarap kumiklone kaya na ini okakte tapkot taktit tamna imayaktat nurses nun savaktik sa uptik tapkot imirnaktot tasva okaktunga tasva okaktua mitaiman na munaksiyuyot allaliliwat kangma savaktik sa kalwat tamatkot tasva tapkot savaktivut emergency mi savakting tapkot communities no tapkot in mikkut savaktik salgit nunaptingne taimanitimik allanik savaktik sauyuannik kiniyuittugu tapkot immimaning matiyik savakvillaat inuvingmi sumilikaan niavingmi maanigaluaq tasva asin tapkot ilisaviksainik tapkot sannayevaktuanni sivunmun aulayaanganni ilisauktuat tapkunani munaqsinarmik ilisauktuat ikayutauiksat tamani tapkot savaksaqtamanna sapernavialuktun tamna anniarviit tatattuaq kasamik tasva aglan tapkunani primary kemi savaktaksat mikiatqianunani tapkot inukin mata savaktingit ikayoktiksailliortuat Yellowknife North tapkot health authority tapkot savaksaitigut savaktit sivunmun aulayaanganni tapkot takuvakpatik
GNG at napagkok taimaktot retired Talimaluni Koluni Ukiuni Okaktot Naipaktot Oglupaka Huichigut at Napaka Huichigut Uglupaka Ichagaruni Ukiuni Goka Kanogli Ikayok Nerik Put Uglupak Ubanga Taitnakuranga 2025, 2028 Fiscal year me NTHS ikayok hangak tiniraglut ikayok lut manis inyunyagawing me Mackenzie Delta kaya na ini okak drawing member statement uglo paka okaktok angwa aknayak kanogli ikayok nayak piunga aknayak inyu nayak mimiyoka ikayok nakaktok uglo pak kanogli ikayok nayak uglo paka ikayok nayak tagut mani inyu nayak mimikiramik ikayok right sigut at napaka apekrik pen ikayok nayak tugut kaya na ini okaktok isim okautik pen maloni ukiuni community wellness walk ikayok niragit indigenous government ikayok ikuyonek manikramik kaichinerik pen rock Gutchen tribal 300,000 on kaichikangat Tatla Gutchen 24,000 on roka ikayok niragit okiumi manakaktud rock nutakat rock ikayok niragit nutakabut nutaimaktud luita suicide prevention me GTC rock 72,000 me kaichigat Tatlichen Gutchen 71,000 rock ikayok niragit nutakabut council nutakabut kaya na ini at napakok mani taimakten niraglut mani imektot ikayok niraglut minister kok ikayok niraglut inyu nakabing mi oka tau digwak taglut ikayok lut inyu nakabing mi kaya na ini ikayok nirak okauti inyu nakabing mi at napakok inyu nak community praise program government kok apekrok neranga ovanga kok government money ikayok narik put health mental health dahin ikayok takaktugut okaktuagut mani government put lu tatla chekutchinin okautik lagi put ikayok narik alun ikayok narik put kaya na ini minister mik okak mani minister okak atauhek tokorok at napaka ikayungit katigut minister of health ya at napaka taunungak tunga tautuga tetlet mun okaklutunga oral question apexrog nerayak Minister of Justice budget okaktuagut taliman tutok pilisimat kanarnak piung humuk tikpat akta baka talim kolitin pilisimat humukpat
So there was
nakagok kolitin physical year ukiumi 23, 23, 24, Uglubak 24, 25, 23, 25, Colliton Aklavigme, Datalu, Fort Good Hope Me, Fort McPherson, Fort Simpson, Malogny, Adawhak Tetley Chami, Kayunani, New York, Kanagliok, government Budok, police mat ikayo nirolita. Kayunani, at na pagka naluranga. Ja, at na pagka police mat put habak parak to aki to put government put money shame kaichik parak put money police mat. At na pagka ikayo na put priorities o kakto agurut money o kautilut. At na pagka ka naipaktor na put police mat money habak to agut. Kayo na ini. Down MLA me, and you giving me money. Police mado katok doctors, social services me habak tingat. Ugla baka apekroik but inuit ikayok nirat. Pre-mayor money yellow knife me okauti kaya police mat naipek tok logut inuit ikayok nirat yellow knife me. Kaya na ini. Police medgok resourcing ikayok nirat at napag priorities ko kahit siluit. At napakan ikayok tinerik put police mat money inyo nagwing me. O kaktonge ipakrok police mat yellow knife me money inyo nagwing me. At napaka naipekto nagatok police mat go apekro luit at napagok.
The place where they want to see those resources, they will bring forward that request to us. Thank you.
At napagok kayo na Minister of Justice Rainsley. Apekrog na at TV tukubing me apekrog to money government kanutun tukubing ipinyak piyong. Kayo na ini. At na nalirang at na kahit situkliya makbakadun kanutun tukubing inyo nagawing me. Kayo na ini. Oglupaka kanutuna tukubing mig NWT me tukubing pitch kaichina radio kanuglio inyo nagawing me kakuhun ko lakin tukubing me.
Thank you.
Kuya na ini. Ikayong nakbin nakuramika new build iglunti at napagok kangikirunga. Member from Range Lake, kayo na ini. At napakikayong near tukubot inyo nakabing me. NWT housing, kayo na ini. At napaka 900 Northwest Territories meet igloo mika at napaka utaki rakted Atna baka territorial assessments atna baka ikayog nirita. In quality look at quantity. Ikayog nirik put atna bak. University of British Columbia. Housing walk NWT housing. Engaged in my Inuvialuktun. Atna bak Northwest Territories me quality of kayog quality walk nakuramik naipek tulot. I dautuk tuanga public housing walk quality home. Ikayog nekadiut. Fall 2025 tukumi kaiti nekadiut. Oral questions. Kayanaini. Infrastructure. Kakuanok. Murphy Ferry Kanok Isumabiyong. Minister of Finance. Kayanaini. Atna pakok MCS money naipektorat mer party omek put atakuat ferry ula pag akihok parak takat na pakok kanakuli Mervyn Harry tuninek tuninek putkok money omek put ferry. Atna bago kiwanga, atna baga ulit para ulit intachomi, atna baga adok nengit ka, atna baga Merv Harvey adok doglo evacuation me, atna bag koyanaini go kiwanga, koyanaini nakagok. Kiunengit pi Merv Harvey digok atak doglu at mani Inuvialuktun me atna pagka ulit parak pan atak nengit kagot uglo pagok umek pagka ferry atak put naipek doglu at aulag nektot luni. That's a bridge walk, dogut. Atna pagka ma alagarato himek dogluit. Infrastructure walk, transportation me. Ulu pagka naipekto pagka infrastructure Illinois Center. Maka go Yellowknife ikayog never $100 million me kaichigita. Atna pagka himek dogluit go Minister Community Affairs kanogli ikayog negadiut. Minister of Community Affairs. Uglo pagka ikayog nirok manik rame kaichihurikput. Atna bak mayor and council isimakti huru atiut. Nalurunga atna bak makagok. Projects me kaichig nirakluta. Manikra me kaichi nirakluta. Koyanaini. Koyanaini. Atna bak emek put imait bait shak atna bak. Kanagligok. Kanagdok ministerok, nalurokok, hunak pagok, kanagnak pidgok, mani Yellowknife mi okak tuakluni, imak pakluni. Community Affairs. Kaya na di. Nalurunga at na bak. Mani na epekto na ekpin. At nakputa nalurunga at na pagkakanuligok. Ikayo light kangaluni. Ikayak na kangaluni. Mani yalanay ikayak na katigut. Mani o kautik parak lo akihok parak nektok. Mani yalanay pi sidimigok. O kaktok akihok parak nok ahin naipekto nerik but government mi. Uglo pako government ikayak na katigut. At namaki kanugli ikayak na katigut mani. Uglo paka o kauti kanok ikayak nerik pata. At napako ka inyo na kweng miyo ka $57 million na kihoktok ahin $100 million at napako ka naipektok nerik put kanugli atok nerik put peri mi. Makagok atok nerik put government put kwak apektok ligo. Ebek put naipektok ligo. Nice Center. Community Affairs. Kaya na ini. Makagok habak parak urut mani inyo na kweng mi. Yalo na ipiyahin yalo na mi. At napakokak tuaktot. At napaka apektok nerat maka. At napaka naipektok neria. Makagok ikayak nirat maka. Kangikeng nerik put uglupak kanokli maika put ibakleg nek tugut manikramik. Uglupak mani city manikramik ibakleg nek tut atnabak. Oral questions? Minister of Finance. Power Corp Gok. Haber Megok. Ananak Podgok atak Dochligo. Kanagligok Manikramik at Kanaglia Kenya Akaliak Neka. Government Gok Kanuk Humik Dok Hektok. Power Corp. Kaya na ini. Nalurunga at nabak. At nabaka Power Corp Haber may manakak doctor 2014 mi. At nabaka taimak tiktok mani akihok parak nektok akiliang nekadgok. Uglo paka GRA mi. Akihonek about kanagligok akinya akaliang nekat utility board mi. Yellow Center. Kaya na ini. At napako kanagli naipekto kaya Canada mani government ni manakak pa. Akiliang narat na mani NWT NCPC. Sa Power Corporation go tuni nera. Aglo paka ibakling itchut at napak tuni negin ka. WT Power Corp. Kaya na ini. Akilaraadguk atikibut or atapaka manikramic kaitiga. Kainaini nakarok na naipektornia atapagok kanaglihok apekroktok okautinarea kanagli kangekerarok 2014 mikanik akilera okautinarea. Oral questions? Mr. Clerk. Kainaini. Kainaini. Teacher Muyok. Apekrognaria Minister of Justice. Kandidangok. Mani Inuvialuktun. Atapakokaude tokungarot kandidatly mani ikayogni transfer ownership mani tokungarok ikayogni government land ununami Inuvialuktun. Kanaglayok Justice Committee. Identification gok kanagli ikayognakyung.
I could do it.
Yeah, I don't you go. Yeah, kainaini gok declaration mi kaitluda. Land tax me for property clearing me in your neck. At na pagland nunabot naipagtungit kat. Mani uwagot tukubot ikayognirat kanok mani naipagtunglut nunabot. At na pagka Northern Terrace mi okarikput. Member from Frame Lake. Minister of Finance. Automatic Federal Government Northern Source Territories Act. Oglubak. Legislative Act. Recognition Government. Public Sector. Finance Minister. Finance Board Wok Apekroitka. Mani Kandituna Reliabilities. Mani Okautia. Minister Wok Okauti Liga Kanditun Wok. Summary me my liability mani government Ikayagluta. Kanditun Malok. Land use permit or water permit Mikaichiligo, GNWT. At na pagka ikayaglugut mani ikayagluta. Written questions.
Okay. Tap ko na. Ila Yellowknife. Tap ko na rin party mig sabang na ako. Tas batam na angek daw ito. Tas batap ko at key principles tigot daw. Minister Democracy Consensus Government Law. Tas baasin tam na out of order o yak tam na. Taka. Dabi ma biyak ko blugo o kausani. perniaqatka. Children's Law tapkat tapkan utakarini ukhausak tutkeumat kuya tutkeumanikon tamna titaka kaita kuya tamnali tamna taiguaksak tatpunga kaitaga tapkalu aglaktatka annual report Davimni 2024 man kaitaga Minister NTPC Uvangali Tapquat 2024-24 Tapkuna Northwest Territories Power Corporation Stigun Aglait Kaitatka Tapquat Asin Yellowknife North Tapquat Uvangali reports Ugot Civil Kaya nani okakte. Aglade reports civil number Taigo died first. Taigokte. 2025 men civil lang may Taigoksak. Minister of Justice Okaktuksa. Damna Bill 23 children's second time tugliane Daigupsangnak Nudakat Mora exciting on Damna Asin Nudakat Monakayat Iloatan Monakat Chakut exciting on Tapkununa Aglak. Kaya angak pao. Kaya kikloy pao. Manileke. Okakpagdami si Wane uva. Amani nunakatipta. Okausakivakivut ikayongnikut. Tasba uva. Tasba aglan. Imanna. Ilani. Uvagot. Isimaliot. Tigigaptik tamatkuat. Sut. Tapkuat Inuit savagvigiyavot. Tapkuat 1 year kinguvaktor. Tasba tamna sulisuitildugo. Tapkuat asin. Tamatkuat ukhausarablugit sut. Iglut. Sutigulunin allatigon. Imanna mani inuniautikput anmun aulamayok. Tasba tamatkuat isumalutikivut sapernakimon aulamayot. Tasba tapkuat uyakkakiyuttauk tamnaptauk Donald Trump. Tapkuat akittaktit paillugit sokalgit. Tasba uyakkakinak nutqaqluni. Tasba tapkuat atukkaqpailluta. Tapkuat savavut sutikullaqa aullaqilaaqluta. Tasba uva apeqsuun. Una manik ila ikayuk iluatun aulanak nunallaptingni isumaliautigiyaqput. Aglan iluatun tutqiumanak inuniaqnaqtaaq isumalugikput ilani kingun mun aulayuatun ilibluni inuniaqtuat tatqaani suyaaqtuat pitiksiliqiyuat. Tasba manik taimannaptaaq sumiliqa itjusaq ilibluni. Tamatkuat ikayuqtitualuvut policemat. So, tapkuat tauk inukliblutik. Tamna iglu uvani ikayokti lag van iglume. Makuat ikayoktivot. Tapkuat asin. Tasma asin tamna temanna apeksud tasva. Tasva okaktok. Tamna temanna ikayoktuksat inuvialuktun. Tasva tapkuat. Tapkuat tokoteakriblutik. Sonekut suyaktuat inuviakriblutik. Taunani inuniaknak po sapeksanlik lunimaan inunaptingni. Sigaklunik likayillo immekayillo taimanna ilani. Tapkuat akumablugit. Asva education ta ilisarnak. Taimannap ta sivullagmek ilisarnak nutakkikinermon, munakkinermon. Tasva tapkuat taimanna kingon mon aulamaya. Aklan tapkuat manek sivun mon aulamaya wakaloak manek. Aklan tapkuat ilani ukpagayaunginamik ilani sutikullaka umigi yauyuatun iliblutik tapkananga ila tamna uvanga takunnangit kiga tapkuat asin atletikun ikayong nakakni akaluaktuani aglaan tapkuat nunakput sapeksalaktuatullu iliyuak. Taiman na 51st date ngulay takmanna aglaan tapkuat inugiak siniaktuat tasva taiman na isumaliotik kaktuat tapkununa tasva asin tapkununa kamidit tapkuat katimayit inugiak sivailutik tapkunanga ikayokta kalerupta taimanna isamaliutsakik siniaktuat savakatigik maaninunaptingni Canada me. Tasva asin manek tamanna savaksat puiniaktuat taimanna aulakheigupta. Taimanna ukpirangit kaluari okausa agla tasva taimanna okaktuami. Tasva tapkuat atungit kikpusuli tamanna clarity. Tamna carbon tax birkbang. Tapkuat Prime Minister ujutin kauna ngaklu tamna igit kumeo tasva taimanna inugiaktigiyutakiksiutit tamat kuat consumer akittakpailuni akilitaataqipput maane nunaptingne tapkualo tamnalo tasva minister kuliaqsimagaatigu tasva tamna perlaqput tasva utaqqiniaqtuani meimun kisian oqausaqiaksavu tamatkuat aglaan tapkuat oqaqti tapkuni SPCA's manik sainik qinuutivakkaluakkatka angalatjutik sainik aglaan tapkuat sivunmun tapkuat ikayoktauniaqtuat aglaan tapkunanga munaqiniakkatka isamaliortit katamatkuat tasva asin tapkuat taqqumiqsaalaqiit ikayorniaaptikik tapkununa maniqaaqtuat ikayoktuailu nunaptingni inuniaqan utiptingni tasva tapkuat maninnaqtulaitut maango uyaqqaqinikku tasva suittoq tasva taimanna kavaman ittoq tapkuat asin Tamna manik maunga uterniaqaluartaa innuuniaqutipta tungaagut tutqiumaneksaagun. Tasva tamna tamna clean energy taq iluatun puyorluk tamanna aglan sutigulleqa innuuniarnek puyorluk luunniin piautaa tamanna makuat ingnertuutilluunniit tapkuat carbon tax tikun atoqmatiik silamon salummakpakta atoqaanga atutsaaqaangatiik tasvataap kunuunaptaq manaqpak tamanna angitayoqtaima uvva taimanna taqmani ila tamna tamna 23 hours 22 hours taap kunuuna maniktikun angalatsutaitikun tasva malaqortorluta aasin tasva $150 mining uqarniaqtuani tasva aglaan tamna kingut kigloqqun aulayoq aglaan tamna tasva akilaqtuutigiblutigu tasva taimana $213 taimana aglaan kiglukkun uqaunaqtun aglaan nunavut 3,000 tasva inmik tasva taapkua inmikuttaa beneficiary structure taiman akilaqtaqpakkait inuutitik aglaan taimanna aulallayiguttak taapkuat NWT houses tamatkuat utsaqutigiyaitaikani taimannaptaa angalallagivut aglaan makkuat igluleqit qanoqtun tamatkunuuna ikayuutiksatigut taapkuat angiglit qali taapkuat taapkunaniko nutaat ngor igluit nappaqteq simayait taasvago 2,300 in simayut igluit igluk sagalot taapkuat asin sut taimanna igluleqaqtut isumalungnaarniaqqaluartuat aglaan tamatkuat sutigulleq tusqiksayuksat quvianaqtuamik inuuseqsainik ilisaututiqqaqlutik tasva taapkuat governmentkuat aipaangani taimanna uqariaqtuat uqaqti taapkuat uaguttaa isumaliorutigiavut uqautigimmanikkavut taapkualu taimanna asin 500 uuktortagalaqartarput aglaan taapkuat Stanton hospitals taapkuat asin ilaani inugit pailutik iglerit inugaksim inuit tasvunga anniartuleqhiyit aulaqtitaataqpagait sumun tasva asin isumaaluutik samingnik tasva taapkunanga Stantonmi tasva Northwest Territories qimagat maana savatik tasva apeqqutigiapki sukkun uvva aulaqtit patiik taapkuat angiat qiyaatigu savaaksat qanoq imma uvva taapkuat ikayorniarpat quliutinga tasva taapkuat takulaitkivut sivuniptingni cabinet asin government intervention aglaan primary care taapkunanga taapkuat taimaqtait talva asin taapkuat asin tamna wellness safety tamatkuat maneerutiyait qanoqtun inmikun ikayuutaqsaaqlugit talva munaqsinaktaaq taapkuat Munaksit Inuvialuktun tapkuat maani nunami. Tamna ayok taiman na akilitsilailuartok man na iglokpak. Tamna ilatsal patapkuat savi ikayong nilukkaluaktilin minkod. Aglaan tamna tasungit kika. Tapkuat tasungit kika isumaliotiki yadukuat. Tapkuat uvanga takusit kika tamna. Kanoktun healthcare system in ilinakba. Ay paano okalang niyaktunga.
And that's the closure of the CLC.
Na TLC is work Aurora College umignektot. Uglupak government put nganakaktot ang iramik pekaktot mani ikayaglut. Soft power work computer miglu easy nigok amended department. Uglupak ikayag narik padgok. 40 New York Inuit habang negit at napagka mani inyunek negit luni aulang nekto tayo mawag mi. TLC ok habang itchut at napag. Oglupak mani inyunek wing mi. Nakisamut ikayaw nirawit mani inyunek mi ikayaw nirawit TLC. Oglupak okak nekto nga tilo and data. Oglupak ikayok nirakto at 1800 tun. Mani Aurora College may ikayok to at tilo mi. Fort Good Homie, Haver mi 2023. Nutakat school reactor at napaka ulip karakter. At napaka ukulip karakter ahin ukiami school reactor nektot gok ahin government gok kay chineng ka at nabagyalo na teni nation ikayokat. Uglupak sama hawak tatlo mani daibik mi apprentice mi gok pakpanik titiktot. Uglupak mani inyunarumi skowimi okautigay government pagok ikayaw nira nutakabot at napaka ikayaw nira lita. Kaya kasi mami yung mani hawak tikpa naka hawak tingit sa kuglupak government put ikayaw nira luit. Ikayak taglut mani ilichinirak tot adult education ahin hawak tot mani umikimak luit. At napaka Aurora College gok himmi takak tagluni mandigi ikayak nirak luit. Nutakat school actor tabani ibaklak taglu. Uglupak naipaktot makparadon titiglu nalulugot at napaka naipakbi. Uglupak Patrick booked policy yok northern mani policy yok naipaktungit kat. Uglupak GNWT yok P2's yok huitshut. Mani at nakawingimi uglupak. Alpak okautigit ka kanakli tanik people okaktoget. Northerners mani hawak parak dot Filipino mani ikayaw nirak mani. Okautigit Mr. Speaker. Humik pa mani beach pa. At napaka makpa kanitun aki hunak pa. Mani inyunak mi at nakawing mi. Okaktog nga at napaka apekrokipi. Kanukli gok aki hok parak tut gok inyunak mi. Mani ikayo ikayonirak itka ilit policies uglubak ake hok parak dat inyu nakring mi dutakabut havak tak taglit inyu at na bakok inyu naktak akilik parak nakaluni havak timen nakikramiglo kasli kramiglo havak ting rak mi inyu tukubang milo ake hok parak naktak uglupaka hokaw tubut ake hunak tuduok uglupak okawdia Finance Minister Kaudianga 22 hours 23 minutes naipektoa kadukli at napakanak naipektoa Himberlugo at napaka kanakli ikayak lutit money government put at napaka ikayak niragadigot inyo nagawin mi utukan natin no okaktakleding at nabak ikayak niragluit at nabak money kruput ikayak nangit kia.
To the motion. Great slave. Okakte frame like dam okakte frame like sibulik. Okakte kuya naine. Okakte. Dam na Manila Kinaks ay pagon isimaleo ti yaka. That's fine. Housing mon tab na atoktat o housing lang nariga. Tab ko no na manak palok tigon. Das ba asin. Dam na o housing malik ko may ko ba piyak daw aglan $150 million pingasunyo ko yun tap ko na niya ila isumalo tigayat ka iluatun aula judik sa tigon aglan ova dam na okaw sa kalago kaga ona to sap kolose dam na asin tabakadim nun iman na itok Banilik tabal na piya atang niyariga piyak taukpan das ba okang niyak tami das ba ni asin cabinet tap ko na nga iglulakihin ilip kang niyakalaga ka aklan tam na maliga takong iloko Diba ipak sa kaktuami ay pangani. Tap ko iglulakiyat. Ovani territories iglulakiyat. Yuangan ni tam na ang Inuvialuktun tap ko iman na iglulaktangat tasmana. Tasmata iman na utok kaliwa ilunikyak. Aglan inuyak simon aula waktu iglot atak jaygate tas batap ko king of vow tailuta tap ko nga tap ko isumalo ta mata igluto aloit tap ko $50 million tap ko nga improvement to kiksauti gilait kat Tatan ma, tasbatam na, tasba, tam na ikayo daw ni aktor, ukparayakatam na. Aklan, tutqiumayukkun aulaniarneq sapernavialuktun. Aglaan uktornilukpaktuami. Aglaan isumaluutigiatka. Taukkuan maneq taamna. Ikayuutauni aunaqtuarmikiuatsaamik. Taapkununa. Implementing nasan isumaliortigiuptigik iluatun atoruptigik iluatun taamna uqausarivakkaka. Aglaan ilaukpariatka teeman uqarmata angiatqiakkun savallayugut. Aglaan taamna piiarlugu atugaqpaaluk. Aglaan tamatkuat sut manrit pirlugit amulugit inuit atoqtait ilangit. Tasva teemanna takuniaivut luuni isumaalugnaqtaq. Ikayuutik sakit inuit. Aglaan taapkuat isumaliortigip saaqaarlutig teemanna qanoqtun isumaliortigip saqaarlugu manit piiarniarivut luuni. Tasva ukuat uqausaqillangniaritka uqaqti. Taapkunana. Isumaliortigivakkaqa teemanna politics tigun. Teemanna sutliqa suyaqaqan aqiblunin. Iqsitaaqtitsiuat sut takunaqiblutik. Uqaranniktuat sutigulliqa. Umisaarinniktuat. Aglaan uvanga taapkuat. Governance maliqqagupti taapkuat governance atautsimisavaqatauyuanni taapkuat ikayullayugut taamna taapkuat siunniarutik savut iluatun maliqqaguptigit atautsimut uqaqatigikupta teemanna 750 ukiuqtamaan taamna aippaangani tuttauittoq aglaan ila allaliyuinman taamna ikayuutaani apsaaqi taapkuat iglutigun qanoqtun teemanna ikayuutiksat inugiaksiyuummeqlutik taapkuat standing committee kut aasiin uqausariai taapkuat qanoqtun public house tamatkuat piaumik luunniin ikayuutauniaqtut. Maani igluliuqutiksamikkun nunallaamingni isumaliortingit taapkuat ikayuutauniaqtut nunallaamingni public housing spec pataluunni. Tasva $50 million teeman angitangiu. Tasva taapkuat maliqqayaksagat taapkuat ili qaarnergit taapkuat kiglukuarutivullu ilitkuptigik siunmun taapkuat ila teeman adjigingittaq nunallaaptingi aippaangiatqia inukitqiat mikkitqiat taapkuat aasiin imanna siunniuuptaq iluariainnikinuit. Tasva taamna savaqatigigluta taapkununa manneqiik tikkun taapkualu manneqiit katimayingit taapkualu igluliqiit katimayit taapkualu tasva aasiin uva igluliqiye siunniuqutait ikayuutauvialuktuat isumaliorti naarivakkatka tasva taapkua savangmattuk teemanna tasvani manik piiarmatuk taapkununga ilisarniqmit piiarmattuk tasva taapkuat aasiin tasva taapkuat herusingnun isumaluti wakkalo aglaan taap kununa ilisarnikon apaqsuivalang niaqtuami. Minister Asin ekayok khatiglugu taamna taap kununa federal government kangma taap kununa maniktigon. Alva terve isumali ovialuk paktuami taap kuat. Iluatun savautik sangit nalunay maksiyaksat taamna ikayutik sa isumagivialuk pagkakailuatun okakti taamna savaksakon sivunniok taunak isumagivakkaka taap kuat. Kamidit ko tamat kuat savangit iluatun angalanniaqlugu tamanna karumapta savaksangit tasbatakkuatlu inungnin savakkatigiktuani taapkununa kavamapta kanoktakumamagatuk kuliaqaangamik tasbataapkuat sapernaqtutun taapkununa sapernaqiyuatun ilimman tasba asen tasba oqausiksatka taavimanga oqausiksatka taavimanga maniliqiyuat quyasugvigiatka taamna nakuuyoq taimanna aglaan. Taap kuat housing misavaktingit taimanna oqaqatigingmata ikayok tau valak niaqtuat tasbataavimuna oqaruillang niaqtunga. Motion, great slave. Tapkuat qoyassagivigiat kayussitkut tapkuat oqaqvigiaptigut savaktaksainik maniliqiikpullu qoyassagivigiaqa tapkuallu qoya assembly public service lu tapkuat tamaita yaqanaqtoq ikayuvialukpanna taamna budget qoyasuktunga taamna fiscal tapkuat iluatun toqaaqtitaqaangata atoqtaksaitikun tasba taamna maniqpaaluk tasba tapkuat savaktitiklu ikayoqtitiklu isumaliorutigimmatiik tasba qangma tapkuat asin taamna iluatun taapkununa siuliptingni isumaluutiksat takumangitkivut suli aglaan magkuat iglulugin inuit nunalaaptingniktut huviasuktut tapkuat ikayoqtiik qoyanaini oqaqti. Motion nuna would like oqaqli qoyanaini oqaqti savaqatiga range like me oqaqpaktuani 22 daswatamna tapkuat oqaqatigiyautigut tapkununa oqausaqilatkikka tamaita aglaan sannayarniaqa takuumagit tapkununa taamna qanoqtun qangmungaglaan savaktuani agliin tamatsa savavialuktugut inugapta ummataqaqtugut isumaliorutaqaqtugut ilaani quviaqpaktugut ilaani quviasuleqluta aasin taimanna inuusaqaqtuuna taamna aasin tapkuat isumal isamaliortikivut. Tap kale kumait kaluaktet isamalung nakpailutik. Tasva temanna. Aklan tap kununa. Okangit angit kiyaitikun. Tasva amin uva. Mekit kiyani nunalaptingne. Angot aulang naktok. Sanna kaagan. Taktilikinak. Temanna migiat kiyagun. Inuniak otakamata mikillani ininin itjusingat. Okakte. Tasva maani. Temanna inugit kiyawulutalo. Agla. Tasva kasin miluksaitokaangapta. Temanna akittaquluarpaktuaq. Tasva asin. Temanna inuniaqtugun. Savaktet aulayut. Tasva ila savak savot. Tutke marik siyoatun ilivaktuat. Okakte. Tapkuat. Ikayoktau yoalni. Tasva temanna aulapkainiaqpaktuanni. Uvagulumunak savot. Inillani. Tasva takuangapkangma. 40 million, 50 million, 150 million temanna iglulakino. Aglaan tamna nakuyong nakta temanna. Member statements aglaan tawke balik kabluwil akilitaksat iluatun tamna manik Inuvialuktun tamna. Aglaan capital infrastructure moni kayutiksak inuniautiksaanun tutkiumatutiksaanik inillat. Tasva aksin tasva.
Change that word.
Habaktakan put money government put tukuving me atna paka habang niraktat inuit tukuving me atna paka inuing me ok. Atna baka inuit tukuving me atu laikai kokiu me atungit kai. Atna baka manikra meka ikayokrai chutluni mani inunakwing me. Kanarli inuing me. $50 million me kaiti neradiut. Gee, ataka malone ikayoneri tukuving me kaiti luit. Tabaka overgota junior we habakting mark contractors we habakting put Lord tabaka economic impact me junior me habakting would kayo near tabak Kansas walk makpa ko ka tabak manikro ho mikirurak tok at napaka angira migluni wak budget book at napak AOC umigok kaiti huadi wak budget mik o napak okak togut at napaka kaiting it guarding it luni injun nagawing mi ay hin manikro pak kaiti adiuk o napak Kovahok Parker manikro mek kaiti adiuk. Kalau di utaki rang dek but particular mandate me government but Kenya ikayong nakati or cabinet me uglo but we akit piwaka ikayong ni arada katanak but mani iglo me akit pirani uglo pak habang nek taut uglo pak mani iglumi habak tot mani kraichut luni enyu nakmi mi LOG kanogli revenue mi kraichut da uglu pakok pakpado dedak doria uglupaka ikayog nerik but government apekrog neria admaka okorok mani nunimiatani okatu nervi ahina dutakat muna luit mani $3.5 million habang nirag nektunga cabinet minister mi naipektok neriut mani kanoli yunagribi ahina nutakat muna luit yunagribi uglupak scoring mi habaktek pa nagagok minister ok naipektok piu ilutinirak starting adult education basic center maybe odak taklanga kanokli naipektok nariyagok maybe akit pibabaka Aurora College Arctic Sovereignty yok apekrog nariya Premier Council wok apekrog narik bin security mi mani inyuwagami kanokli yok council apekrog narik put hoki kayog naratikot Indigenous government habang nektunga itukubing biti atabak kinyaga kamanikrame kaiti neradiot ikayog niruluda kayinaini kabehok parak tunga at mga policy reviews finance okaktok nektunga bill minister okauti nektok at napaka voter nektunga budget mikuglabak kayinaini parak college techo deputy chair negotiator parak money budget money kayinaini parak wok ikayog niruluda inyo nagawing mi I'm having me inyo nagawing mi mikiromik cabinet minister money kaptana itukubing mi Minister of Finance wak kayinaini parak akit pirako kamani ikayog niradiot at napaka mani cabinet mi at napaka manikramik haiting katluni cabinet okaktok uglupak ubagot budget mi haiting adiot kayinaini to habak with OCC mi at napaka kabahang chutluni kabahok parak tugot okaktogot mani Metro and Decho negotiate budget me kaiti adiot $150 $50,000 mi akimak parak tugot akimarut Northwest Territories mi utakiragnak utukumi ikayoglut iluwat tukuwat inyunagwing mi angek parak tukok tukumi mani kabahok parak tunga Tuniday uliday kayinaini Odang nengat chunga waka didang nengat kiyagok assembly of habak darak constituents mi inyu nagwing mi manikramik ok budget mi kaitura Tuniday holiday uglu dami government itlaki habang itlaki niya ngayka ikayulay kara uglu pagka tutakabot ikayog niya raichut aulagurot at nagwing mi uglu pagka makinengit suga uglu pagka mani okautiga hohautubot akihok parak tugut uglu pag 19th century kanakli hikubot akputipkot akihok parak tut at napag nakikrawot ikayog nirakluta gok at napagok akpatibuk ikayogluta. Mr. Speaker, uglupaka apekrok toachlunga, nakikramuk inyaw niyawing mi akihok parotut. Dimi rolling mika atak toachlut. Habak right chakluni government but okauti ikayogluta. At napaka inyo niyawing uglupagok bani inyo niyawing akihok parotut tukumika apekroit ka notakat nektukubichut hinawok iklugut islakilay kay nawok skogumimok time mikirura pegadaktok at napag-graduate aktot angin nek tok skogumimi grad skogumi Mani krami gok mikiromik kanogli gok ikayog nek ka $1 million in homog nek tok manikrok nakagok tani communities mi uglupaka skogumik puta angmar light chagluni uglupaka notakat okauti nerik put at nabagok cultural program gok yunagami money gok manakaktuat gok atuk government money government book okauti liudigat habaktik with money yunagami government gok ikayok nirakadut at nabagok naipekto nert ikayog nerik put at nabaga meeting presence okauti yadu at nabagok okaut government gok ikayolay kay okauti ganga gok priority money government put political party uglapak money krumik bihuktonga tani people mi okauti tonga kanitun himmek tochlut election mi okiokrak pak got 50 years in okaktogut government put deputy premier GNWT authorities gok government affiliation Inuit Havaktot in indigenous government ikayarut mandate me economic money kanaglik mig kangi haglugun implementation me beaches rakadnabak tautukik put consequences okhalaichit luni money government but ikayolaitik put the communities Okala taimak tabing huwak taimak dining kadiut. Mr. Speaker, panikramik haichini yoroluda, meaty and treaty rights ikayogluit, ona manikrakput ikayog and kadiut. Kanogligok government put assembly haichin narita. Kanaka government habak doctored money mandates government money ikayog niragluit at apekroit kagok kanok himbing nekpiung money Northwest Territories me ikayog niragluta GNW treaty rights gok international rights lu ikayog luit constitutional makbaraten ug at nabaka inyo nagami apekrok paragadiot uglubak budget baka bodeg nang kia habak parak tagut at nabaka ikayong ni gitput ilabot man inyo nagawing mi uglubak pirak tagut politics o mga action o kaktuang nga Kinaktuak Naktungagok Naipektogligo Territory Government Atambagok Himir Nangit Havaktikput Nu Nangit Put Mickey Bergadaktok Utokonat Gok Ukiumi Gok 19 Himmi Okalaichet Oglupaka Havaktin Nek Ganga Inyo Nakving me Ibavang me Oglupak State of Assembly Gok Nakuroming Inyu New Nakuroming Inuing me Oglupak Okaktung Oglupaka Oglupaka Minister Inspector Kai Nira Lutin Okauti Ligakawat Government but being a honik hin Makba Makai Chilada Dada go school Band office Migok Gymnasium Del Delomi Lutsoke me up to Mikbihuktonga Word resolution economic water plant Migok Hindu Takawut be reacting Napaka Marabotong about a dingy parak to Lutake Okaktoak Luta Kanak a clock in Nakbu Mani Okak Kaiti Huika Mani Havakti put Okaktoak Lunga Hui Yamik Ovanga Koyinania up Kawahuk Para Cabinet Side Oka Ikayoganga Adnabak Okautinga Apekroya Mani Apekroik Ovanga Kawahuktunga Ikayo Nirak Inu Nerving me took over Mikoka Kanogli Ikayo Nakbill Inu Nerving Miok Mikaromic Adnabak took over Mikwitchut AFN Committee Miok Pingahoni Akat Piranga Adnabako 200,000 Canada me Inu Nagmi First Nation me Umani Inu Nagmi 10,000 Bituku Vichit Adnabak Okalaichunga Housing Corporation or NWT Ikayu Light Garia Ikayu Light Ganga Mama Tauhek Atner Barak Truck Ikayu Light Ganga Anakabik put Itlaki Nigurgo Adnabaka Remission Bitok Ikayu Raichak Adnabak Kanaguli Ikayu Nerik but Kanok Ikayu Nerik but Adnabaka Okauti Ben Angu Nutakabat Man Inu Nagring me Okaktonga Kanitunuaka Adnabaka Adna Tokinyu Tokorat Dutakabatai Makaming Adna Lakparaku Rot Adunga Ulupakikayo Nirak Luta Kanogli Pilisimat Ikayo Nirluta Government Pigok $80 million Kaichigati Mani Justice Committee Cabinet Lu Apekarutka Kanoglu Ikayo Nag but Inu Nagring me Angik Parak to Mani Northwest Territories me Kanok Islakin Yakbil Inu Nagring me to Haluda Inu Nagring me Mikarami Ovanga Mani Okauti Narik Pin Kanokli Cabinet me Ikayoktun Narik Ma Adahimikok Adnabaka $199 million to Kuwimik Housing Corporation LHO public housing mi tukubeng mi. Og nabak inyo naring mi. At nabak kakanok itlakin yak biyong tukubeng wut mani inyo naring mi. Og lupak o kautig bin. Finance Minister Abekrak Nerik Bit Minister of Housing o kautig neria. Koy naini isimarik parik bin. Binghani igluni tautig nerik bunt. HAP unit program government housing corporation ikayawatiut. CMHA government of Canada 1993 Daimaktan at napaka took over Inuit mani 50 years okiulik kanot ikayaw nagata oglabak Fire Marshal Okaw delivered umikiminaga tukuba but cabinet mani cabinet minister kaichigadinga ikayaw niragluta naipek tugluta tukuba but manikramik ibakler naktugut homeowners tukubing mi ikayaw niragluta atna baka itlakin niragluta kokok nik parak tuat uglubak okak tik nirik pinuglubak habang niragluta uglubak at nabaka ikayaw nangit kati uluni ikayaw niragluta inyo naring mi akit piranga committee mi government policy treaty rights migok ikayaw light kayok Kangi Haglut, Government Canada.
Indigenous Métis and Inuit.
Métis and Inuit ikayaw niragatiut uglubak. At napak tukubot at napak okaktunga uglubak.
Tad massivit yumik savak kalwaktuut koyesuk vigikipte savakatit katap kuat akilibullo tamaita koyanaini Framlik okakngito unung misavak sava okakluangito sa yaga mabluniko aklan makuat okaktualo aklan kamanak sigalwak pakta aklan kingowakon teman savakati paktuanni iluatun aklan elders to ngok munakibailuit tasbata tap quad elders maliak sautigi upte ko kautigi abat tap quad uva okhawsayat ka ovanga ikayoniluktat kanunamni ittuat tap quad ikayotik saini khinaqsimayunga khoyanaini Waladay, Tuniday, Waladay. Nakinakimanik kiba?
Me as a speaker under Rule 2.2 brackets 4, I hereby authorize the House sit beyond the daily hours of adjournment to consider the business of the House. Motions. Or to the motion. Member from the Sut 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too will be voting in favor of the budget. Recapping, before I continue, I will pay respect to all the previous presentations from my colleagues on this side of the House and the other side of the House. And when I look back at the very beginning of the Minister of Finance announcement 13 months ago on restoring balance, that was the approach that we took. And knowing through experience, there's going to be some hard decisions to be made. And the cost overruns have really got to be reflected to the hardships faced by the Sahtu region, particularly during last summer's events. But through collaboration, I was extremely pleased to see the ministers coming forth with assistance of business relief by the Minister of Finance and the Minister of ITI. And the homes come in to our communities, which really says it's a collaborative approach. When I look at the community of Delaney, and it's the same high cost of operating to my constituency budget, Mr. Chair. It's a fly-in region. I can only seasonally drive to these 5 communities that I represent. So one can understand the sustainability and the challenges on a high cost of living in the Sahtu. But through collaboration with Cabinet, we ease that tension of high cost of living during the no barging season and the evacuation of Fort Good Hope last June. Easing the tension and the stress generated by families forced to leave their community. The Premier traveled to Norman Wells on our request to help comfort the victims of evacuation caused by the Fort Good Hope fire, which came in within a kilometer of the nearest home. So you can feel the stressful tension that was going on during that evacuation. And we were saddened to hear during the evacuation that we lost a chopper pilot defending our community. And we're getting assistance from Cabinet and every minister throughout the last 15 months. But going back into our first Assembly budget, and we got 2 more to go. But it was accepted by myself, having gone through that restoring balance is going to mean reductions. And analyzing and prioritizing the need for physical assistance is really a chore that I have to contribute to Cabinet in doing so. However, moving ahead, as said, I support this budget, knowing the fact that reductions sunsets, forest growth, is a decision made by the stakeholders of this assembly. So in short, I respect my colleagues' opinions, and I look forward to being resilient and in particular implementing what we have. We have a budget and we set aside a nominal amount that we can feel comfortable in saying this is going to be our surplus moving forward. Now hopefully that is not jeopardized by the disasters the NWT has seen in various parts of the NWT over the last several years, placing more forest growth decisions on disaster recovery. All said, we still have the avenue of federal engagements to ease that physical cost in operating our 33 communities. So in short, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be supporting the budget. Merci.
Thank you, member from Lasat-2. To the motion, member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too will be supporting the budget. I'm happy with the housing funding that's going to be distributed within the Northwest Territories, but there's still work to be done on distribution, especially within my region. After I looked at what the preliminary distribution dollars were going, it didn't look very bright for the communities of my region. So there is room for improvement. So I am happy with the housing allocation. But there's room for improvement in other areas, especially with the my favorite, the income support program. You know, we have to work at finding a way where we can get our those recipients to be part of the economy. 15% of my residents in the Beaufort Delta are on income support, so I'd like to find, get the Indigenous governments and other agencies involved in trying to get funding from EC&E to create programs where they can build their self-esteem, where they can join the workforce and be partners with the rest of the Northwest Territories in building our economy, especially in the Mackenzie Delta where unemployment is high. Closures of the community learning centers was a shock. Well, I've stated in our meetings that, committee meetings, that this was ongoing since June of 2023, and then with a couple of weeks, they just dropped this on the whole NWT. We wouldn't need the adult learning centers if improvements to the kindergarten to grade 12 was made better, rather than socially promoting our students and sending them to income support where they make a living off it. So kindergarten to grade 12 is where everything starts. We have to make improvements in our education system. It's pretty sad to see a graduate from a recent grade 12 program and see him at the front of the class having problems with simple arithmetic, and you expect these students to go virtually on learning. It's a hard task to even comprehend. The health care, we have to improve that within the smaller communities. With every week I'm getting notifications from the regional health department saying that one of the health centers are closed because due to staff shortage. They be open only for emergency cases. And I'm getting calls about medical travel, accommodations. We need collaboration with the cabinet, with the minister, to bring clarity for the residents of the Northwest Territories when they're traveling. Like, who's obligated to take these tasks on? So we need clarity in that. We got to find solutions for what I've been trying to bring forth the last few few sessions is the crisis we're in with the drugs and alcohol. The biggest places where they're setting up shop is right in with housing NWT's public housing units. And the local authorities or housing NWT can't do nothing. It's sad when you see, you go past a person's house and you know there's criminal activity there, but I've tried. I went to the RCMP myself. I've held intra-agency meetings. Our hands are just tied. We can't do nothing but, you know, hope and pray for the best of our people, and hopefully in the future, this a budget will come out where everyone is happy. But that's impossible. You know, I can't get everything from this budget that I want, that the residents of my constituency want. But we can be optimistic, and hopefully we can negotiate throughout the year and try to get programs to heal our people, to make them feel better about themselves, be part of the workforce, be well educated. Education is it's just a big factor. It's where everything starts. Then you get into alcohol and drugs, and it affects every department of this government. Every department that alcohol and drugs affects them. Collaboration and consultation with the communities is a big one. This government has to consult with the residents of the Northwest Territories and seeing what they want, what's hurting them. There's a lot of people out there hurting. Even just walking home from after session, you see people that are struggling. It's hard to see that. I don't know them, but I tell you, I brought this up before. I was in their shoes for 5 months until my cousin Stanley rescued me. I would have been probably still there because I didn't feel like I was an alcoholic, but I was surviving. And I think that's what these people are doing. We just have to give them a little encouragement because they all have potential. They all have work ethics, but they're stuck in a rut right now. But I will be supporting this budget, but you know there is room for improvement as the year goes on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Mackenzie Delta. To the motion, member from Elm Lake North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the commitment that the government will be spending $50 million on housing during each of the next 3 years is significant. We have been working towards this since the beginning of this Assembly. This wasn't something that we just came up with a few weeks ago, and we've been engaged in advocacy for housing both through our committees as regular members and in individual meetings with the minister that I know many of us have had, trying to figure out a practical path forward on this. So we're starting to see the fruits of those labors, and I am encouraged. I do believe we still have a lot of work to do, particularly around figuring out how we can better support people who are currently in public housing to move towards home ownership. That's a message I've heard strongly and repeatedly, especially from my colleagues representing small communities. I think a big piece of what we need there is to get going on a large-scale amount of repairs and renovations in public housing to allow people to take over units and own them as their own. And I do expect that at least some of this new money will be supporting those efforts, but that will also take significantly ramping up our supply of tradespeople and the apprenticeships and the building of workforce capacity to get those kinds of repairs done. So this is not simply a matter of dedicating a certain number of millions of dollars to big ticket items. It's about putting the various pieces of our mandate priorities together, focusing our resources on programs that all lead towards the same goal. And I do think that one worthy and inspiring goal could be increasing rates of home ownership in the territory. Now, the issue of community learning centers still sits in a difficult position. Aurora College's announcement of the closure of the community learning centers has both opened up new opportunities, especially for Indigenous governments and other community-based partners to take back more control over adult learning in communities. It's also threatened many community-based programs that have been going very well, such as the Literacy Outreach Centre here in Yellowknife, and many existing partnerships in the communities that have been delivering trades programming and essential skills training. I understand that it will take some time to figure out the next steps for each community with regard to their adult learning plans and their community learning centres. Some communities will want to repurpose those CLC buildings to serve some other need in the community, whether that's some purpose in healthcare or perhaps use by a local high school trying to offer programming to more mature learners. Those are some of the examples I've heard of what else communities do want to do with those CLC buildings if they haven't been well utilized. But for those centers that have had lots of productive programming going on, it will take time to untangle and detail who are the partners that have been working with the Royal College in delivering those programs, what holes exactly will be left with the college pulling out, what resources can still be offered by partners, what are the missing pieces left, and whether that's missing staff or missing space to offer the programs, and then how we're going to plug each of those holes and fill in the missing resources. I genuinely believe that UCE has not had time to finish that work yet, but that they are committed to doing it. The tricky part will be when we do get to the point where we can identify exactly what resources are needed to keep the momentum going on the existing courses and training. We need to be able to find those resources, and I will continue to push that this government provide them to ensure that those critical workforce training and adult learning programs continue. So, Mr. Speaker, I will be supporting this budget. I do commend the work of all the members in this Assembly, and I look forward to the continued work ahead. Thank you.
From Yellowknife North. To the motion. Member from the Decho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say thank you to all of my colleagues here and for the work that we've done to come to this day. And it's been quite some work that we're doing. I'm happy that we got some stuff, even though some things I didn't get in my region. I still don't have a health cabin in Kakisa. People in Enterprise still can't go home. But we are working together, and I am working with my colleagues to ensure that things do happen in my riding. It's not easy, Mr. Speaker. This has been my first year working and doing the job that I'm doing, and going through a lot of seen a lot of things change, seen a lot of things happen and not happen. The drugs are in our communities, they're devastating lives of our people, health care. I'm happy that we have we passed a motion to allow medical escorts. Now we don't know how that's going to work out, but when it does work out, people will be happy about that. We had some little wins, and I reiterate what a lot of my colleagues said. There was things that happened. We got some things we didn't get, but the way I look at it, we got some little wins and things happen slowly. We can't get everything we want right now. But all in all, I was sent here to work for the people in my riding. It's been a tough time for us. But we're working together to make sure that our people get what they need. It's not easy. We've had a lot of death in our community and our communities in the last while. So people are hurting. And here we're dealing with budgets and having to deal with even our own personal stuff, our own personal issues around our families and stuff, and yet we're working to help our people. It's in regards to housing. I'm happy what we got, the 30 million for the next 3 years. Healthcare, like I mentioned, a motion to get medical escorts. However, we have the issues of drug and alcohol issues in our communities. But all in all, Mr. Speaker, we have to work together to find solutions for the things that we're dealing with. Even though things may look bleak to some, I say, Mr. Speaker, while my colleague sees a glimpse, or I see a glimpse of hope for our people working with this government. And my colleagues on the other side, the cabinet, if you work with them, they will work with you. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm standing here to say I'm going to be supporting this budget. Thank you.
Member from the date shown. To the motion, member from Mophly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you to all our colleagues here, both the regular MLAs and to the cabinet, for the hard work that went into this budget. I know that we don't always get what we want, but I am pleased with the budget. I am pleased that there's more money put in the budget for housing. And we know that there's a lot of problems in the small communities. Mental health and drugs in small communities are on the rise, and there are efforts being made to address those issues. And similar to what my colleague from Mackenzie Delta said, there is room for improvement. But there is a good working relationship with the cabinet and with the regular MLAs and with the Indigenous government and organizations, which I am pleased about. I feel like the government is listening to us. You know, they're listening and they're hearing our concern. With all the statements that we have been making since last year, since last fiscal year and the beginning of the last fiscal year as well too. So they have been listening, they have been hearing our concerns for that reason that there's more money put into the housing. And which housing is a major issue in small communities, so I am quite pleased about that. There is something that I am worried and concerned about is that in Klitschko region that Klitschko communities are growing and they are expanding. For example, Bichakon, they're building a new subdivision. That means that there's going to be more houses that's going to be going up and a new school will be built. So the thing that I see problem with here is that MACA funds, it's not going far enough. That one we need to, that needs to, they need to start focusing on working with small communities, especially the communities that are expanding, that are growing. More of our people are going home. You know, we're not living, there's a lot of social issues in all the communities, even in the larger regional center. Because of that, there's a lot of people that are saying they want to go home. And we have seen that happen in many of the small communities. So I am quite pleased with the budget right now, but it's just that the MACA needs to start focusing on working with the community government and in Bichako alone, that we will need more program and service delivery when the new expansion, when we complete the new subdivision, and with the infrastructure as well. So I am pleased. For that reason, for a lot of other reasons too, I will be supporting this budget as well. Thank you.
Member from Mophly. To the motion, member from Yonley Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's start off with the good. $100,000 going into the program for family violence shelter network. That money was saved or added, however you want to look at it, to help NGOs. I think that's probably the most significant movement in this particular budget that I saw. That said, without that money, many people would be at risk, and I wouldn't even want to try to calculate how many people would be at super harm's way or worse, Mr. Speaker. So let's go with the other stuff, the less good. Recently, as we all know, the government got a $1.3 billion increase to the debt wall, and I think that that is really the turning point of where the housing conversation started. Whereas I think if I have the number correct, I mean, we keep throwing numbers around, but it's like $41.6 million intended to be invested in it. And the challenge I see when I read this is, and when I say this isn't really going far enough, is the fact that if you read the details, it talks about modernizing, it talks about improving, it talks about replacing. What are we doing for net increase? And so when everybody keeps saying, well, we didn't always get what we want, I'm really curious what we got. We got the government's notional plan turned into an action plan to modernize, improve, and replace houses. I would have liked to have heard we're going to have a net increase of 50 houses, 100 houses, 200 houses. I'm sure you get the point. Net increase. So have we put those families at risk have we made those families at risk any safer? Have we helped those people on the edge, and have we protected them? Have we given them a firmer ground? I'm not sure this budget does that. I'm not reading that. I've looked it over, I've asked questions, I'm curious. I think my colleague from Rangelink even asked the housing minister, what's the net improvement today? And she respectfully, of course, took it, as notice. Some of the stuff is still in the air. We don't know. Or at least she said she'd get back, I guess, to it. But the point is that we don't even know what we're buying. But we know we're buying something. And that's kind of interesting. So we're buying a bit of time for daycares. I know we're buying that. We see a bit of money in for daycares. But it's not saving daycares. I think it's a temporary respite. It's not hearing their problems, it's deferring them, kicking them down the road. The question is was this budget prepared to take care of or support day homes? I don't know. But I can assure you they are even further down the road at risk, and this budget doesn't speak to that. Mr. Speaker, political priorities, as highlighted by my colleague from Range Lake many times, the shift. I mean, up until recently, we were talking about 6% of the budget is dedicated to political priorities. Now we're closer to 7.5%. I mean, so that's what we're really talking about. When we get elected to a mandate to do things, but we just surrender to the public service. I wish there was two budgets, honestly. Not that I enjoy this process, trust me. This isn't a love-in most days. But that said, it's not horrible either. But I would say, I wish there was a budget where we talked about the basics, nuts and bolts of government, and then we talked about the political mandate of politicians, whereas in housing needs to be added, and we turn that into the political mandate from that focus. But we don't. It's all meshed together. So when we say status quo budget, we really mean whatever keeps the lights on. So the irony of in using round numbers, Mr. Speaker, of the 50 million this year, 50 million next year, that's the government's plan. And it's weird that when you think about it, it takes the members to push the government on their plan. I mean, even to Housing Corp's own, I would say, point, a few meetings back, they can't even do 100 houses, new doors in 4 years. I don't know what's going to roll out. I mean, I look forward to it. But like I said, I wish the conversation was about net gain, about where this money goes. Not repairs, not replacements, not refurbishing. And by no means would I stand here and say that that isn't important. Please don't get disillusioned by my concern. But when we talk about trying to tackle that 3,000 or more in need, this is what we're talking about. We need net houses. Net homes, sorry. Shouldn't say houses, because houses come in many forms. Net homes. Mr. Speaker, I'm still frustrated about the IEP. I think in time, that was part of our concerns as the package. And it's the old, you can ask for the moon as part of your process. And I'm worried that time will roll out, that we're no further ahead on this file other than making people more angry with their government. Extended health benefits, revisiting that was asked through this budget process, and it was unceremoniously dismissed. extending commissions or finding better ways to work with the brewery or cannabis industry. I mean, these industries are struggling and they need every break. I mean, they are little microeconomies that change the nature of a community. As a matter of fact, it actually makes it an exciting community when you think about when they're busy and energetic and they're doing things and people are involved. It's those things that spark life. And it's important. If the government viewed it as it was a little bit of a net loss, think of it this way. We do a lot of things for net loss. As a matter of fact, we have certain departments that should be called net losses. But that said, it's the benefit of what it does. Overall, that is. CLCs, you know, I'm not tired of fighting this one, but I feel like it's one of these we keep ringing the bell and not enough people in the government are listening. You know, sure, literacy outreach may have sounded like it might be okay, but I don't know if it'll be okay in Yellowknife, Fort Smith, and Inuvik. Yeah, that's Yellowknife too. That's my writing. You know, this is this community. It's a risk. So the overall package of these concerns are concerning. You know, I feel like my colleagues, you know, whether it's my colleague from Tuna Day, when he talks about feeling communities are under siege. And so when we lose the CLCs, but the college gets to keep the cash, I mean, it just seems so contradictory to the business of what we're doing. We have to do fiscal restraint, which is government talk about, you know, reductions, but not really reductions. Well, I'm sorry, every one of those communities, one of these CLCs was in, I mean, that's a job loss. And every job loss has a ripple effect. And every community is going to feel that. So if you have one job, it could affect 2 or 3 people in that family, in that community. One government job in a community is overwhelming. Add 2 or 3 jobs into a larger community. Add 3 or 4 jobs to a community regional center. All of a sudden you're affecting, Mr. Speaker, schools, kids playing pond hockey, you know, little social clubs of what they exist. Like the elements and the fabrics are under siege. That's how I feel it. So when the member for Tuna Day Wellade talks about feeling losing these things, I mean, I worry from my perspective that the community of Fort Resolution, I've been to that community center many times. It's a beautiful place. It's a community center, for goodness sakes. So now to leave them to sit there empty and heated and doing nothing, I mean, I worry. I'd rather we continue a process until we know what we're going to do. But trust us is not a good policy to live by. Mr. Speaker, if you think about what the members actually accomplish cash-wise, it's literally $100,000 back to the family violence shelter. We argued and held the line on the government's money. You know, it feels like, well, I got to convince them my idea is their idea, and all of a sudden they get all excited about it, and then I tell them, hey, great idea, never heard that before. Well, this is one of these cases. I feel like we're championing their idea all along. Mr. Speaker, if we think about the $50 million, now I'm going to roll it up in a whole dollar. I mean, it's less than 2% of the budget. That's not a significant dial move. You know, so when if I may respectfully say, the pilot biscuit brigade that lives on click over here and does it the old-fashioned way of lean budgets and scraping by, and then we look over, metaphorically, Mr. Speaker, the well taken care of side, because apparently we've turned into a feelings assembly, the well taken care of other side. You know, and when you're asking for something about helping students, and it's like, well, it's not our idea, so against you. You know, so the idea is, what did we support? I'm glad some dial change is going to happen on the housing. I'm just personally embarrassed by thinking about, like, I don't think it's going to change anything. And everybody keeps saying, well, you can't get what you want. I'm just not convinced we know what we got. And I'm not convinced what we got was what we really wanted. I think everyone here talked about wanting net increases to houses, not less squeaky doors or less leaky windows or things like that. We wanted new doors so new families can move in and feel safe. I mean, I'm curious on how it's going to look like. Now, if you do the math backwards, Mr. Speaker, and again, using round numbers, even though it's not 50 million this year, I believe it's 41.6 or something in that range. Math backwards is we're talking if it was houses alone, It's 3 houses per community on average. But they haven't promised houses, they promised repairs, modernizations, and improvements, not new houses. So I'm not sure what we're getting. I certainly look forward to whatever we get. I do believe that improved, healthier lifestyle, whether now we're talking about suitability of houses, if it fixes families in our communities and regions, I think that's a good thing. It's hard to say no, but it's just hard to say what did we actually buy. And the last part I'll speak to, Mr. Speaker, is I frankly hate the phrase negotiation. I don't feel like we negotiate. I feel like, what are you going to let us have? And I think people don't put that into perspective enough. So the media is going to go blah, blah, blah. They negotiated a good deal. I don't care what the media says, honestly. Yeah, they can say whatever they want. We didn't negotiate. We got what they let us have. And that's it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife Centre. To the motion, member from Yellowknife South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's been a long day. I've got a lot of papers in front of me, but I'm going to try and get this on the rails. Let me start by saying, Mr. Speaker, I do believe that this budget process is a negotiation. It is a difficult one. It's a difficult one for everyone. Not everybody on Cabinet gets what they want at the Cabinet table. But we do have to come together. We have discussions about what the issues are, what our priorities are, what our constituents need, what our residents need from all different sized communities here, from small communities to the capital to regional centres. And it's not an easy conversation. But Mr. Speaker, we always do come together, and Mr. Speaker, then we come to this process. I will say, Mr. Speaker, one of the things, and I want to speak a little bit to the process. It's not well understood. As I've attended FPT tables, federal, provincial, territorial meeting tables elsewhere, I've realized how different we are from the way things operate in a provincial jurisdiction. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, I don't make the budget. The Department of Finance doesn't make the budget. That often is how it happens elsewhere. Instead, the 7 of us collaboratively make the budget. Everyone is responsible for bringing forward submissions from their department. We have to go around the table at the Financial Management Board, and then it comes forward to the Assembly, first to committees in the confidential in-camera review process that we begin way back in January. And through that process, MLAs have an opportunity to ask each minister detailed questions, sometimes informing themselves about where they may want to ask questions later in public, and sometimes informing themselves to better understand a direction, and very often also pushing a minister in a department on an issue they see in there that they want to see some change. Sometimes that ultimately comes forward through the negotiation process, and sometimes it ultimately can be a discussion between that member and that minister that can be part of what goes on throughout the process of consensus government. People can begin to work together on issues as the member from Yellowknife North and the member from Inuvialuktun Lake now work together on a number of issues in the healthcare front. But then, Mr. Speaker, once we do come to a point where there's some sense of where we're coming into the Legislative Assembly and conducting the public review of each department, of each division, of each area, the questions again get asked, and again that's an opportunity where government is being pushed and saying, look, this is what the political actors elected to lead are asking and expecting of you. And so again, departments go and will shift the work that's happening within the departments. And so, Mr. Speaker, I do want to give a bit of a shout out. We do have a little over $2.6 billion in total revenues, and our expenditures $2.3 billion. Well, $472 million of that is the public service. Those are the folks that do all the things. Every single thing that we're talking about here, that's them. That's what that pays for. It pays for them to do all of those things and provide those services. And another $1.2 billion goes out the door. It's the grants and contributions and transfers that we give to municipalities and small communities and large communities, NGOs. It goes out the door to all of them. And again, helps us deliver all the programs and services we're describing here. And we do, when we come to a point of trying to figure out what we need to do, from the cabinet perspective, we know walking in here it's going to be a discussion with members from the other side in order to pass the budget. And there has certainly been evolution over the course of assemblies about how that gets done. And Mr. Speaker, I'd say I'm proud to say that in this assembly we've continued that evolution, leading to today where the focus is on changes that are reflective of the priorities of the Assembly. And they are focused on changes that not only prioritize the Assembly, but also that prioritize the whole of the Assembly. So rather than being, you know, a one-off item or a particular choice for one community or one type of program or service that maybe services one group, it really is an effort, I would say, as a collective to try to benefit the whole of the territory and all of our priorities. Mr. Speaker. It's on a high level, and that's something that I think we should be all proud of, that we can all look at one another and try to find those kinds of issues where we can make big changes. We also, Mr. Speaker, in this government have shifted to having our business plans as part of our main estimates, but what that's meant is that it opens up this negotiation. It's no longer just about line items, Mr. Speaker. We're now opening up the entirety of the business process of what we do as a government, what all of the public servants do, and opening it up to this discussion of change. And Mr. Speaker, it is a complicated one. I have a 14-page spreadsheet of all the different things we've been discussing over the last while, of areas where we might go back and forth and might find some room to change. I want to highlight just a few, but Mr. Speaker, it's just a few, it's not everything, and I won't go through the whole thing, owing in part to the time. But this process of beginning in January, one-on-ones between ministers and MLAs with particular issues or needs, going through the in-camera review by department, going through negotiations, it pushes the public service who want to deliver good programs and services, and it pushes them to do that through this process. It's everything that's part of the consensus process. This is the highlight. This is what people pay attention to. But it's been 3 months of getting here. And even before that, it's been the relationships before that where we knew and we expected what was coming, particularly on an ask from housing, but on other areas too. So with that, Mr. Speaker, there's been discussions around income assistance, and I know that's been mentioned again tonight, so I do want to acknowledge that. It's a known now need. There's going to need to be some consideration of how we can re-examine and look at the success or lack of success of income assistance. It's not working the same for everyone and for every community, and that is a recognition. But that's been a significant conversation as a result of budget negotiations. I don't have the outcome today because it's complicated and it's not easy. But the point is that by being part of this process, the government is now being pushed to go and look at it because it's been brought forward, it's been discussed, and we know that there has to be action taken. Mr. Speaker, I want to also acknowledge there's some small things, even just for example, I think I don't necessarily know which member brings forward particular issues. Sometimes I can guess. But Mr. Speaker, there's been questions around the NWT child tax benefit, and can we improve this? Can we make this better for residents? Well, Mr. Speaker, I need to do some math on this one. We need to run that one a bit more. But we've committed to go and say, yes, we're going to look at this. So even ideas like that, it doesn't have to come through the budget process, but it also can. And that's, I think, what makes consensus different, is that it, again, highlighted on today, but it is an ongoing dialogue and relationship that we have when we can discuss areas and concerns and ideas, and in a way that might not be happening when we're constrained in a different system. I'm going to skip over my housing line for the moment, Mr. Speaker, because we're going to come back to that one in a bit. But there's been a commitment, again, EC&E and housing recognizing that they have an opportunity to find a way to increase apprentices. There's been a real recognition that this is an area of some success, but it's also an area where we need to keep those successes growing and that momentum going, so acknowledging that. Discussion around defense and sovereignty strategy, and acknowledging that we'll have something ready for the next sitting. You know, again, that's saying that there's going to be a strategy ready in this area by the May sitting. That's a commitment that maybe I didn't need to detail here, but it's been already made to my colleagues, Mr. Speaker. They know it's coming and they're going to hold us to it because they're pushing us on this as an area that we know is important. So other items around discussing what's coming next in GRI, which I know is important to some, and how we're going to move forward the program evaluation. even the $100,000 for family violence shelters being reinstated, but also, Mr. Speaker, moving from Health and Social Services, which makes it a bit more of a one-off, putting it over in EIA now. So reflecting again a push towards what can we try to do to make these systems, to make the fundings, to be more unified, more organized, and have them make more sense. So NGOs know that the funding mechanisms will sit in a relatively more housed in EIA, and over time move away from being department by department, which is much more difficult, obviously, for an NGO with limited capacity to have to figure out and navigate. So we're making that commitment to get that work done. A lot of discussion, obviously, around the health and social services sector. And Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of work happening and a lot of conversations being had with how to make that system run more efficiently and effectively, in order to make sure that we're using those public dollars. It's almost a third of what we spend is on health. That is a major priority of this government. We want to be spending those dollars as best we can to service residents and to service them in a way that provides good health care and supports the people that are providing that health care. Mr. Speaker, it is sort of a last but not least housing. I do want to speak to the housing item. It was a part of the discussions we had back in the fall when we passed the capital budget. And at that time, the commitment was to figure out a plan, and what we then called a notional plan, and there was much time spent on the word notional back then. A notional plan is just that. It's the idea of presenting a plan with dollar figures associated, but not necessarily knowing where those dollar figures might come from. Over the years, the Housing NWT does, on average, have managed to find some funding, typically from some federal entity or agency or the CMHC or otherwise. But Mr. Speaker, coming in here this session, there was no new funding coming. There were no new announcements coming, but we certainly knew that there'd be pressure from our colleagues. So that notional plan was put into an incremental plan, which followers of the House might recall hearing the Minister of Housing have to say, as she was describing the budget sitting as a witness. Incremental meant that there was options starting at $5 million and gradually moving up of what we could do with different types of funding. Well, Mr. Speaker, the full plan, the full $50 million, so a base amount that was already coming from the GNWT plus the new amount included to bring it to $50 million, is where we landed. So it is a significant investment, Mr. Speaker. I would suggest it's now funding the full plan. So it is no longer notional nor incremental. It is now the full plan. And Mr. Speaker, I want to give full credit to our colleagues on the other side for this, because it wasn't necessarily where we thought this would land, but it was very clear that it's where they wanted this to land. And I have a bit more sort of news, if I might, on that, and it's that, Mr. Speaker, although we've shared with our colleagues what that first year might look like, in terms of looking at the modernization and improvements, which is the major renovations that keeps a house from becoming a boarded-up derelict unit. There's about 175 that can be funded through this, and another 47 that can be replaced on top of that. It takes a huge dent over these 3 years into the $200 million housing infrastructure deficit that we estimate exists, Mr. Speaker. And that's a significant change in that space to make sure that houses aren't being boarded up, aren't looking derelict, aren't bringing down communities, and they're actually going to be in and available for people to live in and to use and to move away from wait lists. The other thing I want to give credit to my colleagues on is they've accepted, Mr. Speaker, every member who is representing a community was shown the lists of wait lists, the lists of the age of the housing units, and are accepting that this is now a data-driven plan. So again, acknowledging, and I appreciate that while that is putting us into a place where we are as a group making evidence-based decisions and making evidence-based choices, and I do acknowledge that's hard because it doesn't always align with sometimes what we feel when we look around in a community that you're in all the time, but you can come here and say that we have an evidence-based approach. And one other good piece of news I'll give, and again, it's credit to our colleagues, by making this a 3-year commitment, we now have more economies of scale that we can use to deliver this plan. And that means that these numbers, 175 this year and 47 this year for replacements, may go up because we are now able to order more, use a more economy of scale approach, and plan to have mobilization costs community by community managed differently or better. Now, of course, it's a time of tariffs, so it's difficult to predict anything these days, Mr. Speaker, but one thing we can say is that over 90% of housing's contracts are delivered locally. They're delivered by northern businesses, northern residents, northern people. And Mr. Speaker, so while I don't know what's happening with the tariffs, and I can't necessarily predict what's happening south of the border, but I can say that this is an investment that we believe can be delivered by Northerners, for Northerners. So again, it's credit to our colleagues for pushing us for the 3 years, because it's created that opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I'm running longer than I expected, but Mr. Speaker, I want to quickly mention the CLCs, the Community Learning Centres. Again, it's been a subject of much conversation. I do want the public to know that our colleagues have been dogged on this, both on the floor, but also with myself, with Minister of Education, Culture and Employment, right up to the very end on this one. I appreciate the grace that they're giving us on this one. And what I mean by that is we do need a bit of time. Obviously, Aurora College is an independent entity. It does operate at arm's length. We may not always be happy about the decisions it's making, but it is structured to make those decisions on its own. GNWT does have a responsibility to deliver education, and the Minister of Education, Culture, Employment, and supported by our colleagues, is committing that we're going to go back and look and acknowledge that there's not one size fits all here, but that she will, over the next just couple of months, go back to the communities that have operating CLCs, go back to those that have operating programs, and figure out who wants to see what happen next. We've already had outreach from some communities saying they want the facility. That will then look over to Department of Infrastructure to see what we can do to move those processes along. But others that want to see the programs continue that may be funded from third-party sources. So we're going to figure that out. We're going to provide a critical path and a timeline. We're going to do that by the May sitting, Mr. Speaker, which is a pretty quick turnaround, but it is an important item, and we're happy to make that commitment. So. With all that, Mr. Speaker, of course there's always more that people will want. That is the nature of government. The needs of the territory and the needs of the residents don't stop. The needs of our communities don't stop. But this is probably the single biggest budgetary change that I'm certainly aware of ever being made, but we're proud of it. It's one that does reflect the priorities of the Assembly, and I thank my colleagues for getting us here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, member from Yellowknife South. To the motion. Question has been called. The member from Yellowknife South has asked for a recorded vote. For all those in favor, please stand.
The member for Yellowknife South, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Hay River North, the member for Hay River South, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Nunavut, the member for Det Cho, the member for Sahtu, the member for Inuvik Boot Lake, the member for Montfouille, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Great Slave, the member for Mackenzie Delta, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Thabacha.
All those opposed, please stand.
The member for Tunide-Welede, the member for Yellowknife Center, the member for Range Lake.
All those abstaining, please stand. (15 in favor, 3 opposed, 0 abstentions). The motion is carried. Bill 25 has had its third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, can you please determine whether the Commissioner of the Northwest Territories, the Honourable Gerald Kissoon, is prepared to enter the chamber and assent to the bills?
Please be seated. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, Premier Simpson, ministers, members of the Legislative Assembly, and staff, and visitors in the public gallery. Hakana Inuit, Dwin Gwinzi, Shakwichin Kat, welcome. I wish to acknowledge that the land on which we gather are treaty lands and the home to many Indigenous people, including the Quechua Dene, the Clecho, the Métis. We are grateful to be on this land. I want to thank my family and my friends and community for their support. I hope that I make you proud. Now, as the Commissioner of the Northwest Territories, I am pleased to assent to the following bills. Bill 11, an act to amend the Motor Vehicles Act. Bill 12, Business Day Statutes Amendment Act. Bill 19, Supplementary Appropriations Act, Infrastructure Expenditures, number 3, 2024-2025. Bill 20, Supplementary Appropriation Act, Operation Expenditures and Borrowing Authorization, number 2, 2024-2025. Bill 25, Appropriation Act, Operation Expenditures, 2025-2026. Hai Cho, Hui Nakpak. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Please be seated. Colleagues, it's now my turn to talk. I listened to 12 replies to the budget, so I got my binder ready to go, and so we got till about 10 o'clock. So I'd like to thank the Commissioner, the Honourable Gerald Kassoon, for being here today to assent to our legislation. It was an honour to have him join us in the Chamber, and I thank the Mr. Commissioner. Colleagues, before we adjourn, I want to say a few words. I will be quick. However, I know we all have things to do, people to see, and many of us are preparing to travel home to our constituents, friends, and families. Colleagues, please join me in thanking everyone that makes it possible to do our jobs here. We have and rely on a wonderful team, and I want to let them know we appreciate all that they do for us. Our staff do everything from keeping the building open, operating safely, to ensuring that We are seen and heard on television, computers, and radios across the territories, and providing research and procedural advice. Our contractors ensure the assembly building is clean, snow is cleared, and the meals are delicious and nutritious. Please join me in thanking them. I'd also like to say a special thank you to our interpreters and our pages. February was Indigenous Language Month, and it was wonderful to see our interpreters and hear our Indigenous languages spoken each day. We honor our culture when we use our languages, and our interpreters make it possible for us to do that. Please join me in thanking our interpreters for their hard work and dedication to our language, as well as the beautiful potluck we had at lunchtime, and it was all traditional food. Colleagues, I love that we are able to bring youth from across the territories to join us in this House as pages. The youth are our future, and I believe our PAGE program invests in that future by teaching our youth about our form of consensus government. It is amazing to watch their confidence grow throughout their time here, and I want to let them know that they do a great job, and we appreciate their efforts. These young people are our future leaders, our future teachers, doctors, and tradespeople. No matter what path they take, I know that they will be working for the better future. I know some of our pages really love the time they spend here. In fact, some of them love it so much that they come back to us. Two of our current table officers are former pages, so maybe we'll see some of you again in the future. I didn't say the people's names, I just like to thank them. Colleagues, please join me in thanking all our pages for being here with us this whole sitting. So, I also want to take a moment to talk about another great program we offer for our young people, our Youth Parliament program. From April 29th to May 1st of this year, we will host 19 grade 9 and 10 students from across the territories to learn about our style of consensus government and participate in a model session in this chambers. Colleagues, I cannot stress how much I enjoy our Youth Parliament program. It is both inspiring and humbling to work with and hear our youth when they speak to the issues impacting them, their peers, and their community. I plan on being here to participate in the program again this year, and I want to encourage each of you to do the same. If possible, take the time to meet with your youth representative. Also, our team will be looking for members to volunteer as the pages during the model session. Please consider giving a few hours of your time to serve our youth parliamentarians. It's a great experience for both members and youth. Finally, colleagues, I want to congratulate you on getting through what I believe is our most challenging sitting of the year. Maybe not. When we consider our main estimates when we were considering our main estimates and operation budget, I've sat both as a regular member and cabinet member and now as a speaker. I know these discussions and negotiations can pull at our heartstrings. We want to do what we think is best for our residents and our territories, but we do not always agree. It takes a lot of work, communications, and compromise to get through a budget. We make difficult decisions, work together, and we move forward together. This is consensus government in action. I know personally you don't always get what you are looking for, but that is part of the process. Colleagues, this House is not scheduled to sit again until May, but I know we will all be busy with ongoing work of the government and committees. I look forward to seeing all of you back in this chamber in May for our next sitting. Thank you, colleagues. Let's wrap this up and so we can all get home to our friends and family. Don't forget to let them know how much their support and encouragement matters to you. Mr. Kirk, orders of the day.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Wednesday, May 21st, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. Prayer reflection, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, oral question 530, 607, and 645, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, written questions 14-20 bracket 1, 15 bracket 20-1, 16 bracket -20 bracket 1, replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions, notices of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration committee of the whole of bills and other matters, report of committee of the whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Thursday, May 22nd, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. Oh, sorry, 21st. Wednesday, May 21st. My notes has something different. Sorry.